Please remain standing for a moment of silence.
If we could keep Mr. Carrigan in our thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. Alderman King.
Joanne O'Shaughnessy, Your Honor.
Thank you. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman Morgan.
Here.
Alderman Goonan.
Here.
Alderman Long.
Here.
Alderman Fajardo.
Here.
Alderman Tony Sapienza.
Here.
Alderman Cantor.
Here.
Alderman O'Neill.
Here.
Alderman Lavasser. Alderman Terrio.
Here.
Alderman Sapienza.
Here.
Alderman Burkish.
Here.
Alderman Barry.
Here.
Alderman Vincent.
Here.
Alderman Thomas.
Here.
All present.
Wonderful. In keeping with the new tradition that I started last month with local recognitions, we have a number of challenge coins and thank yous that I would like to extend real quickly to start the meeting. So if I could please have you come forward. We have the Piscataqua River Local Advisory Committee. This Alderman Barry, right? Yeah. And Alderman Barry wanted to make sure that we had recognized you this evening, so if you want to come up real quick, I have a thank you. So I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of the volunteers for your invaluable contributions to our community through your dedication to the PRLAC, which was established in 1994. The PRLAC plays a crucial role in preserving the river's natural beauty and health. Your tireless efforts have ensured that despite being in close proximity to Manchester, the river remains predominantly a natural or rural stream. With 95.7% of its 65-mile length free-flowing, the river stands as a unique and treasured asset in New England, offering pristine water quality and a wide array of recreational and educational opportunities for the public. This committee meets monthly and is dedicated to protecting and enhancing the river. The outstanding water quality maintained by the PRLAC's diligent work not only benefits our environment, but also enhances the overall well-being of our community. Thank you so much to all the volunteers.
Myself and 7 other members participate. The river begins flowing from Geary down to Manchester, and it really is an opportunity for the general public to know that the river is in Manchester, and with the friends of the Piscataqua River Park, we are looking really good in the city, maintaining the river and the river park.
But Pat doesn't know that either, so
The Parks
I think
Department
that's what
for spending a lot of time down at that island to address erosion and also making it great for families to go and recreate. Thank you very much for allowing us.
Pleasure's all mine. Thank you so much.
This is using 24
We are the Friends of Piscataqua River Park. We started 2 years ago. September 2022, we are official adopted site sponsor with the Manchester Parks and Recreation Department. If you haven't been to the park, we recommend you go. It's a wonderful place for walking, for swimming, for nature viewing, and also just you get river view, riverfront access, and that's really hard to find. It's a very, very special place. Our group, we have volunteer events. We pick up trash, we do invasive species, we do general park beautification. If you would like to help us out or join our meetings, we have a newsletter and volunteer opportunities pretty frequently, and we meet every month, second Thursday of the month at 6:30 p.m. at the Passion Senior Center. We'd love to see you all out there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I please have Cindy McClay come on up?
write me down that ordinance.
Okay. So I have a whereas for Cindy's retirement from the police department. Whereas Cindy McClay commenced her dedicated service to the Manchester Police Department on February 17, 1984, assuming the role of Clerk Typist 1 within the esteemed Records Division, and through her diligence and commitment steadily progressed to the position of Clerk Typist 2, thereby showcasing her invaluable contributions. Whereas Cindy's unwavering dedication and exceptional performance led to her appointment as Records Clerk on July 26, 1986, a role in which she exhibited exemplary professionalism and proficiency, further enhancing the efficiency of our esteemed department. Whereas recognizing her exceptional capabilities and commitment to duty, Cindy was duly promoted to the position of Juvenile Unit Secretary, a testament to her competence and effectiveness in handling critical responsibilities within the organization. Whereas Cindy's tenure within the Manchester Police Department saw her position elevated to Administrative Assistant 1 in October of 1999, a milestone reflecting her continued growth and invaluable service to our department's administrative functions. And whereas Cindy's unwavering dedication, integrity, and proficiency rendered her an indispensable asset within the Records Division, where she displayed unparalleled competence and professionalism throughout her illustrious career. Whereas her commendable service in various capacities, Cindy gracefully returned to the Records Division in October of 2015, embodying the spirit of adaptability and steadfast commitment to the mission of our department. Whereas Cindy's steadfast dedication, unwavering loyalty, and exemplary service have left an indelible mark on the Manchester Police Department, earning her the admiration and respect of colleagues and superiors alike. And whereas it is with deep gratitude and profound appreciation that we acknowledge Cindy McClay's remarkable contributions to the MPD and extend our heartfelt congratulations on her well-deserved retirement on May 31st. Oh, we pulled you out of retirement for tonight. May 31st, 2024, be it hereby resolved that the Mayor of Manchester, Jay Rouet, on behalf of the citizens of our great city, hereby recognizes and honors Cindy for her decades of dedicated service, professionalism, and commitment to public safety, wishing her a fulfilling and joyous retirement after a career marked by excellence and distinction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, could I have Zakai, Josiah, and Aiden come up? These are my buddies from Smith Road. So I promised these guys a challenge coin when they first came and did the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to come up in one sec. So all three of these young gentlemen attend Smith Road School and the Boys and Girls Club each morning. Since the first day of school, on their own awareness, they took it upon themselves, Josiah and Zakai, in escorting Aiden off the bus every single day and supporting him in everything that he needs at school. The autism program at Smith Road is an essential and integral part of the fabric of this school. And these three young men have become incredible buddies, showcasing something truly special in the Manchester School District. So I'm going to walk around. Here are your challenge coins, guys. And last but not least, we have a birthday to celebrate. Could I have the Honorable Silvio Dupuy come up, please? Mayor Dupuy turned 90 years young yesterday. So, if you'll indulge me, Your Honor, I have a resolution. Whereas Silvio Dupuy, born in Manchester in 1934, has dedicated his life to the betterment of our community through extensive public service and professional excellence. And whereas Silvio Dupuy pursued higher education at St. Anselm College in the Illinois College of Optometry, leading to the establishment of his medical practice as an optometrist on Manchester's West Side in 1957. And whereas Silvio served as mayor of Manchester from 1972 to 1975, during which time he began preparations for the bicentennial celebration and played a pivotal role in addressing the 1973 energy crisis, redeveloping Pine Island Park, restoring the City Hall spires, and developing a Latin American cultural and social center. And whereas, under his administration, Manchester received a federal 701 grant to study flooding, identify historical sites and buildings, wetlands, and soil studies, leading to significant construction projects, including the West Side Arena, senior living facilities, a new mass transit system, and the rebuilding of the Queen City and Notre Dame bridges. And whereas Silvio's extensive community service includes his roles on the board of directors at Bank East, Energy North, the New Hampshire Charitable Trust Foundation, and the Currier Gallery of Art. And whereas, in January of 1975, he became the founding president of the Catholic Medical Center in Manchester, further serving the public as Director of Health and Human Services for the state of New Hampshire. And whereas, along with his wife Cecile, has raised 4 children, embodying the values of family and community dedication. And whereas, Silvio Dupuy, now celebrating his 90th birthday, continues to be a revered figure in Manchester, whose record as mayor offers a detailed and inspiring account of his contributions to the city. Now, therefore, I, Jay Rouet, Mayor of the City of Manchester, on behalf of the citizens of Manchester, do hereby extend our heartfelt congratulations and best wishes on the occasion of his 90th birthday and recognize his outstanding service and lasting impact on our community.
I just want to thank the mayor and the current mayor, and I want to thank the current Board of Mayor Aldermen.
Want to go back to your spot?
I'm good here. You keep me. All the current Board of Mayor Aldermen for the service that you perform for the city of Manchester. It's 50 years later, and I look at the issues. Their education, their transportation, their extension of water and water supply. And the problems don't really change. The people who come to the problems have a different attitude and a different mindset and a different resource. I did ask Alderman Lavasser, I said, you know, will a couple of things happen? I was thinking about 2 things that might happen, is that I would get some kind of rebate on my taxes at age 90. And then maybe they'd retro the mayor's pay and retirement back to 1974. He didn't seem to get very excited about that.
No.
So I decided not to take out the resolutions after all. But thank you for this honor. I will always remember, and I'm so proud to be a citizen of Manchester.
Okay. Thank you all, and congratulations. The purpose of the public comment session is to give residents of Manchester the opportunity to address the board. All people wishing to speak must sign up with their name, address, and topic prior to 7 p.m. Once called, they will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and any comments must be directed to the chair and conclude when their time is up. If the clerk calls their name and they are not present to speak, they will not be given a second opportunity. Any resident wishing to speak will come forward to the nearest microphone, clearly state their name and address when recognized, and give their comments.
Lauren Bovair, followed by Kara Dow.
Lauren Bovair, 11 Greer Street. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lauren Bovair, and I am a Ward 12 resident of Manchester. As a 4th-generation Manchester resident and the Community Communications Director for Manchester Proud, I stand before you today to urge you to not make any cuts to the school district's budgets. For years, Manchester has faced negative attention due to the constant changes in leadership and budget cuts within the school district. I witnessed this turmoil firsthand during my time as a student in the school district. However, in recent years, our district has made significant strides forward, and it is crucial that we maintain this momentum. Dr. Gillis's mid-year update highlights the tremendous progress our schools have achieved. we are adding a dual language immersive program, allowing our students to become bilingual and better prepared for a globalized world. We have expanded career-connected learning opportunities, ensuring that our students are ready for their workforce and future careers. The alignment of the curriculum with the portrait of the graduate ensures that our students are not just academically proficient, but also well-rounded individuals prepared for life's challenges. We have also expanded professional development for all staff, ensuring that our educators are equipped with the latest skills and knowledge to provide the best education possible. Our facilities planning work aims to create 21st century schools, environments where students can thrive and succeed. Transportation department improvements have streamlined operations and enhanced the support provided to our families. We have also seen improvements in literacy and mathematics through the iReady program. Culturally appropriate meals have been introduced, ensuring that all students feel included and cared for. These are just some of the remarkable achievements, and I'm only scratching the surface. Bringing in my personal voice as a Manchester resident who recently got married and is thinking about establishing roots, the momentum and the current work happening in the district makes me want to establish those roots here in Manchester. With the work happening in the biotech field, more young people are being attracted here to Manchester. Our school district is how we ensure we attract them to choose not only to work here in Manchester, but to live here in Manchester. Cutting the school district's budget would jeopardize all this progress. Our students, educators, and community deserve better.
30 seconds.
We cannot afford to go back to a time of instability and reduced resources. Instead, we must continue to invest in our schools, ensuring that every student has the opportunity to succeed. I urge you to consider the long-term impact of your decisions tonight. Our schools are the foundation of our community's future. Let us build on the successes we have achieved and continue to support our students, educators, and families. Thank you for your time. Together, we can ensure a bright future for Manchester and onward.
Kara Dow, followed by Jake Morse.
Hello, my name is Kara Dow. I live on Rosedale Ave in Ward 9. I am a grandparent raising a grandchild. If we take away more funding from the school system, we are hurting what all of you are trying to build up, which is our city. The more you take away from the education system, the more you're going to lose all the people who are supporting it. All these young people, the young families, everybody. I didn't want to send my grandson to Manchester Public Schools because they suck. They're so much better. He had the greatest experience starting at Bakersville School. And if you start taking away more funding, you're going to have people going elsewhere. I didn't want to live in Manchester. I wanted to be elsewhere. I was forced to live here, so now I'm trying to keep all of the younger people of the new generation to stay here. If they leave, the city's going to crumble. We need the new people, and they need the new education.
Jake Morse, followed by Sandra Almonte.
Hello, Mayor and Aldermen. My name is Jacob Morese, resident of Ward 12. I'm here to speak about the issue that should deeply concern all of us, the proposed unacceptable budget reduction to Manchester School District. This is not merely a financial decision, it is a decision that will profoundly impact the future of our children, our community, and ultimately our society. I urge you to vote against this budget reduction, and I would like to share why maintaining and even increasing funding for our schools is essential. First and foremost, a well-funded school district is the foundation of a thriving community. When schools have the resources they need, they can provide high-quality education that equips students with the skills and knowledge necessary to succeed in life. This success is not just measured by test scores, but by the development of well-rounded individuals who can think critically, solve problems, and contribute positively to society. Our community wouldn't reflect fondly upon such a cut in school funding, but instead would observe its deleterious effects as students in the Manchester School District are put at a disadvantage compared to students in areas that value the importance of adequately funded schools. By voting against this budget reduction, we are not just making a financial decision, we are making a statement about our values and our commitment to the next generation. With respect, even considering such a budget reduction of our public schools is part of why so many people have lost faith in our elected officials. You are not only voted to these positions of power to reduce, or you are not voted to in these positions of power to reduce opportunity and effectively suppress potential of Manchester's youth, but rather to help build a better society with each subsequent generation. Our schools are among the last publicly funded resources that we should ever consider cutting the budget for. Let us stand together to ensure that our schools are adequately funded and that our children are well prepared for the future. Thank you.
Sandra Almonte, followed by Nikki Dudley.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sandra Almonte, and I live on the west side. I'm a small business owner here in the Central City for the past 23 and a half years. And I have 3 boys, 2 that graduated West High School, and I have 1 left. I am here to ask to please not reduce our school budget. Within the budget that we have as it is, we are already cut short. Our students, our families, newcomers, the city is growing, so if the city continues to grow, if we don't have a good school system, will they really stay in our town? Some of my fellow business owners send their kids somewhere else. They send them to private schools, they send them to charter schools, or they move out of Manchester because they do not want to have their child, sometimes with special needs, in the Manchester City, in the district, because it's too many students already in the classrooms. So if we continue to cut the budget, how are we expected to have a future for our families? How is the Queen City supposed to grow and become more prosperous? I've always been an advocate for the Center City because that's where most undeserved families live. And as our families continue to immigrate to Manchester, then where are they supposed to go? Where's the future of our city going to continue if the school, which is supposed to be the most important part of a child's education, how are we supposed to move forward? So please, I am asking you to please not cut the budget. And then, of course, as Lauren mentioned, the momentum that we have already gained with Dr. Gillis's past years, we don't want to lose focus of that. Let's continue to grow and to get more teachers and more educators into our system. Thank you.
Nikki Dudley, followed by Jean-Paul Spooner.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Dudley, and I live at 250 Village Circle Way. I'm here to ask when the time comes for the board to approve the current proposed budget for the school district and not make additional cuts. I first came to Manchester 5 years ago as a City Year AmeriCorps member, and I was lucky to serve at Henry Wilson Elementary School. Serving here in Manchester changed my life because of the amazing educators and students that I met. Today, I'm still with City Year, I'm still living in Manchester, and now I'm working at Henry Wilson and Parker Varney Elementary School. Just today, I was on a 3rd grade field trip to the library and fire station, where we took a tour of the library, planted a pollinator garden, and got to explore the big trucks. And that was only the morning. In the afternoon, we played our annual Staff First Student basketball game. Yes, the students won, and they stormed the court full of joy. All these experiences and more are made possible by educators who consistently go above and beyond. There's a common phrase in education that says it takes a village to raise a child, and approving this budget would continue to ensure that all of our children have access to a school village that supports their learning and overall well-being by retaining transformative educators, cultivating positive experiences, and bridging the gap to resources they would otherwise go without. Thank you.
John-Paul Spooner, followed by Leslie Want. John-Paul Spooner. Leslie Want.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Wan. I live at 623 Belmont Street in Manchester. I've been the Ward 4 school board member since 2016. I'm here this evening because after calling Alderman Long, I became aware that the budget is going to be taken off the table tonight and voted on. Most citizens are not aware that this is happening tonight, although it looks to me like maybe the word's gotten out. I find that very disturbing. The way our taxpayers' dollars are spent are probably the most important function of the Board of Mayor Aldermen. The mayor's budget was presented months ago, but we all know that that is rarely the mayor's budget that is used. 9 times out of 10, it is an alternative budget put forth by an alderman or a group of aldermen that gets passed. This makes perfect sense, actually, because while the mayor presents their budget in March, that leaves almost a full quarter of the year for additional revenue and expenditures that need to be accounted for before finalizing the budget. The real problem here is that the budget, or budgets that we've discussed here tonight, have never been made public. So taxpayers will not get the chance to give their feedback on how their dollars are being spent, and that is a shame. You are all elected by the citizens of this great city, and you're supposed to represent us. But it's obvious that you don't want to operate in a transparent manner, and that would allow us to weigh in on decisions that you make that will greatly impact our lives. The school board put forth a responsible tax cap compliant budget that would serve the children and families of the Manchester Public Schools in a multi-page document presented in a full board meeting. All information regarding that budget was available to the public on our agenda in complete transparency. Mayor Ray's budget cut that tax cap budget by $4.2 million. I am deeply disappointed in the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for operating in such an opaque manner as pulling the budget off the table and voting on it when no one but you have seen it. You owe it to your constituents and the city that you serve the ability to scrutinize any budget you put forth.
30
and the
seconds.
opportunity for us, thank you, for us to give feedback when you're deciding how to spend our tax dollars. I am asking if there's anyone on this board who has the integrity to call for a rule change so the future budgets will be visible in the light of day for all to see and to comment on before a vote is taken. Thank you.
Jason Bonilla, followed by Rick Blaze.
Buenas noches. My name is Jason Bonilla. I live at 463 Central Street, and I'm a school board member representing Ward 5. So, en estos días, yo he pasado escuchando que uno de ustedes quiere quitar más dinero de nuestras escuelas públicas. Qué pena, me da pena, escuchando como 8 a 11 mil dólares. No sé si es verdad, pero el punto es que este pensamiento tan antiguo. Pero déjame decirles algo. Nosotros en el School Board tenemos pensamientos frescos detrás de ustedes todos. Nosotros somos la ciudad más grande en este estado. Y algunos de ustedes quieren seguir con estas misiones de eliminar recursos en nuestras escuelas públicas. Díganme ustedes, no lo entiendo. Ustedes también representan a mi comunidad. Y sé que no hay tantos acá, no hay tantos latinos acá, yo sé, pero digo que aquí estamos porque ustedes también representan a los latinos en Manchester. Sé que muchas de nuestras familias latinas no están aquí también porque están trabajando duro para sus hijos para que se queden en las escuelas. ¿Ok? So here's some testimonies, también en español, porque ustedes representan a la gente que habla en español también, para que escuchen. Las escuelas públicas Le dieron a mis hijos la oportunidad de educarse en un ambiente sano. Necesitamos apoyar más a las escuelas de Manchester. Eva Castillo. Da pena que los supuestos líderes de la ciudad no quieren aportar el dinero necesario para nuestros hijos a tener una buena educación. Carmen Javier, High School, Manchester West High School. Les pido que apoyen el budget que el alcalde Ruey puso al frente de ustedes. Yes, you heard it all in Spanish because you also all represent that community. I am urging y'all to continue to support the public schools in Manchester. And y'all pass the mayor's budget. We need to continue to stop playing games with our kids. Gracias.
Rick Blaze. Rick Blaze, followed by Ken Tassi.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me speak tonight. You know, I don't envy you, any of you at all, you know, to go through a job like this for not getting paid, but I'm coming with solutions. I think a lot of people come in not knowing, a lot of emotion back here I've been listening to. But I just want to introduce myself, Rick Blaze, resident of Manchester. I grew up here in Manchester, ran my businesses for the past 45 years, graduated Central High School. And I want to take a few minutes to address some concerns, particularly for the benefits of the new members of the board here, and who might not be fully aware of the way the school board members actually misrepresent the true budget and their expenses. First, it's essential, as you know, as representatives of the taxpayers, that's who we are, but the school board also has that responsibility. And I don't think they take it as serious as you guys would. So ensure that there are funds being used wisely. That's the important thing of any elected official, and effectively. You know, if a system isn't working after decades of investing hundreds of millions of dollars, simply pouring more money into a system that's not working isn't the solution. Education is evolving. Our city needs to stay ahead of the changes, the evolution that's taken place in education. And in order to do that, I think we need to look at our city and stay ahead of that curve. You know, graduating students for decades that lack the basic reading skills and math, a lot of them go to school, it's not a 4-year degree, they go to school for 5 years. Because the first year is they got to get remedial math and English out of the way. And they shouldn't have to pay tuition for that. We should have given them that as a high school. Unfortunately, the way the system is run, they're interested in is pushing kids through the system. So that failure right there is going to ruin a lot of people's lives. And we see it today in the workplace. If you're hiring people, any of you that hire people, you see the quality of worker that's coming out. It's not what we expect. Yeah, there's a given few that have good skills that you're willing to hire. So we need a competency-based program for education. We can't just pass a kid because they're graduating 4th or 5th grade. If they can't read at their level, they need to stay in those classes until they master those. There's a whole different thing, but unfortunately the system is set up, especially with our union, and again, I don't dislike union, my father was local union here in
30
Manchester,
seconds.
but we need a competency-based program. The budget right now, the school has a budget, they hide money in these trust funds, specifically the teaching and learning trust with over $15 million in there, and that's a slush fund. So they have access to use that money to pay things, but when they have a surplus, they take their surplus, rather than by law returning it back to the city coffers, they put it in their special funds. This year, what you should do is look at making an amendment to the budget, I don't know what the final budget is,
3 minutes.
to take 8 to 10 million out of that fund, the teaching and learning trust fund, and take that money back from them and let them take the money from the budget. But now you get 8 to 10 million back on the city coffers for other departments. I'm tired of driving over the same pothole on Amersfoort Bridge for the past 8 years, right? But it's happening. So I ask you to address this, and I think looking at and I think you should hire an independent auditor to go look at the school department and also to go after and look at the school board members that approve this trust thing. And it's very vague and it's not clear whatsoever. And I think the citizens are looking more for some clarity and some real transparency in government. And I think this board has the power and the will to do that so we can give our kids a better education. Because if we keep using the current systems,
Thank you, Rick.
we're not going to do it.
Thank you,
Ken
Rick.
Tassi, followed by Jose Marte.
Good evening, Mayor Ray, members of this board. My name is Ken Tassi. I'm a resident of Ward 6 here in Manchester. I come before the board with a concern regarding the city budget that will likely be discussed this evening in Section 22, the tabled items. The first thing I would like to ask the mayor, and I'm not expecting you to do this, but to break protocol on the agenda, since probably 95% of the people who signed up to speak tonight came here to talk about the budget. And I think it would be better if this were spoken, discussed, and voted on tonight while the majority of the people are in this room. Just a suggestion. One of the concerns that will be discussed on that section of the agenda will be the budget and whether to leave a school board surplus, depending on who you speak to, somewhere between $8 and $12 million untouched. There's an opportunity to announce to the tax-paying people, the renters in the city whose rents have gone up astronomically, who are already dealing with economic hardships and difficulties, single parents who are being asked to pay $1,800 or $2,000 a month for a two-bedroom apartment because of the increases. And we have an opportunity here in Manchester to give them a break on something, to reduce our taxes to the people who own properties in the city, who those expenses flow to the tenants that are living in our city as well. As a former member of the school board, I was more often than not a single vote against 13 or 14 other members of the board in consequential decisions that totaled, I would say, over the course of the 2 years in the hundreds of millions of dollars. I mention this simply to emphasize that this city's policies and the school district's policies and the taxpayers' money have been controlled by a politically aligned monopoly of board members following the lead of a few people. This is an opportunity. There's a balance has been restored to the force here, and there's an opportunity tonight to make that right. I concur.
30 seconds.
Thank you. I concur with Mr. Blaze that an independent audit by a company that is not cronies with any of the board members here, and a committee is devised to monitor or select that auditor so that the school board money and the slush funds that were just mentioned by Mr. Blaze are properly investigated and taken to task.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I would ask the board tonight to vote to find some relief for taxpayers in the city, which affect everything else that happens around the city. Thank you very much.
Jose Marte, followed by Julie Turner.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jose Marte. I live over at 62 Trahan Street. I've been here in Manchester for over 30 years. I came from the Dominican Republic in the pursuit of a better life. For the prior administration, I know that Joyce Craig completely destroyed this city, ran it down to the ground. Yes, I am talking about some of you Democrats that followed her like a little puppy dog. I knew that voting for the right people, such as Jay, thank you for all you've done so far. Yeah, I really don't care what people are saying behind me. Have a nice day. Joe Lavasser, I know that you have a talk show. Thank you for informing us on a lot of things. Thank you for a great job that you've done. Chrissy Cantor, thank you as well for being informative about everything. Don't know every single one of you. Some of you I really don't care to learn. I just know that coming into this administration, from Joyce Craig was going to be a nightmare. Remember a long time ago, Barack Obama said to Trump that it's going to take a magic wand to restore the economy. I know that it's not going to happen overnight here in Manchester. I know that it's going to take time, and I have faith in every single one of you that I voted for to restore balance back here. And I know whatever decision that you guys make soon about budget cuts, I know that it's going to be a hard one, but it's going to be the right one. Thank you for your time, and have a wonderful night.
Julie Turner, followed by Ron Rousseau.
Good evening, Julie Turner, 285 Race Street. I'm here this evening to ask for the appropriation of the $227 million to the Manchester School District for fiscal year 25. As you know, Manchester schools are the least funded per student in the state. Our students receive $16,600 from the state, while the average spending per student is $24,700. While that is no means the fault of anyone here, it is a fact that the Manchester School District is forced to do more with less each year. I sit on the Finance and Facilities Committee for the school board, and I cannot imagine that anyone watches those meetings, so I will take my time here to share a few facts. First, we review the expendable trust each month. It is a fund that is used for catastrophic needs should they arise in areas like healthcare, special education services, or transportation. That fund is broken into 6 categories, and we may not cross-spend from those categories. If we have extraordinary costs in our healthcare, we may only spend from the healthcare expendable trust. This past March, our trust fund was audited by an outside CPA group. After a rigorous audit, the outcome was that Manchester School District received top marks of 220 entities in the state. We did not receive any compliance or financial statement findings, and the balance we keep in those funds were deemed appropriate for the size of our district. The auditor concluded her findings by mentioning that she has 3 other districts in the state that will be facing deficits at the end of June as a result of having little to no money in their trust funds. As you can see, these are one-time monies that cannot be used for salaries or items outside their intended category. Secondly, we discussed the McKinney-Vento Act. If you're unfamiliar, the school district is responsible for transporting students who are experiencing homelessness to and from their school of origin. What that means is that if a central student needs to live with an aunt in Keene, we are required by law to pick up that student, drive them to Central each day, and return them to Keene each afternoon. The McKinney-Vento Act does not specify mileage or time limit to travel to the school, nor does it care if we have to cross state lines. It only requires that the district provide transportation to the student's school of origin. It is not hard to imagine that Manchester has more homeless students than some of our surrounding towns, and it is a costly requirement. That cost comes out of our expendable trust. Oftentimes, we discuss granular items down to the penny. Last month, we had a riveting discussion over differences between winter inspections, winter maintenance, and snow removal. We did not want to be paying 3 times for shoveling. We weren't, thanks, Mark. The reason that such a lame topic is discussed at length and then sent to Mark Gomez at Parks and Rec and then brought back to the board is that we are exceedingly mindful and excruciatingly careful with each and every dollar that we are spending. We pay attention and we ask the questions so that we are being responsible with the taxpayers' money and with the purse we have been given. For more detailed facts like those, please tune in to future finance and facilities meetings. We have extraordinary students in our district. Some of them have extraordinary needs. There are no coffers. There is no surplus. There are just hardworking, loving teachers, exceptional administrators, and countless dedicated staff doing the best they can with the least amount of funding in the state. Tonight, I ask for your continued support to help break down barriers, combat external forces our students are facing, and provide every student with the assistance and resources they need. Please fund our schools.
Ron Rousseau. Ron Rousseau, followed by Rich Gerard.
Good evening to Mayor, panel, and fellow citizens. My name is Ron Russo. I live at 78 Vandura Drive. Back in November of 2023, a company called Community Options Incorporated bought a single dwelling house on my road that's only a couple of doors down from me. They put somebody in this house that needs, that special need person that is diagnosed with autism with a lower function on the scale, is what this manager told me. This person is wreaking havoc through the neighborhood. He's wandering into yards. If doors are unlocked, he's walking into houses. Saturday night, I personally watched him walk into my neighbor's house across the street with with 2 workers that were by him. They would not go into the house. One stayed outside, one eventually went inside. The people, my neighbors across the street, they had to forcefully take him out while he was like hitting the workers, and they guided him out of the street. He went down to a neighbor right around the corner from him, the next house down, and he went into that person's house, and there was a little confrontation, but they got him out of the house. There is problem in the neighborhood. There's a lot of kids. This kid is violent. We have him on a Ring camera, and he is hitting his worker. There's a problem with this. I don't know how somebody can just like walk into a neighborhood and place somebody with special needs that can get away with this without any regulation. The police have been called 17 times. They will not come back. They refuse to come back to school this individual. What's going to happen when he walks into somebody's house? I mean, how are we supposed to defend ourselves if he's just blatantly walking into houses? There's children in the neighborhood. There are people that are scared deathless. Now people can't even leave their doors unlocked because this guy may wander in. There's talk about people buying locks with combinations so that he doesn't have to get in. Why should we have this burden? Why is this left on us? Is there any regulations? Is there anything anybody can do about this? Because it's going to end up bad. There's no getting around this. He's going to do something, or he's going to wander into the wrong house.
30 seconds.
And, I urge people of this panel to take this into consideration. And if there are laws and regulations, this has to be addressed, because you don't know. If this company is allowed to do things like this, they may be fixing to buy houses all over Manchester. How would you like to have this company buy a nice house in your neighborhood and have them plop like 2 or 3 patients in there, and now you have to deal with it? We're not equipped to deal with this kind of problem, and we shouldn't have to deal with it as citizens, especially when we have nowhere else to turn. So I urge you to look into this situation, please, and pass some kind of law or regulation or
3
something.
minutes.
Thank you very much for your time.
Rich Gerard, followed by Stan Dillon, Sean, whatever. Steve Dillon, maybe?
Mr. Mayor, members of the Honorable Board, for the record, my name is Richard Gerard, and I reside at 283 Orange Street. I'd like to start with a word of thanks tonight. I'd like to thank the several aldermen who took me up on the offer to assist with the budget when I came here after the mayor released his for public hearing. I've sincerely enjoyed discussing it with you all and working with you, and I appreciate the time that we've spent together. I would like to also thank Sharon Wickens, the finance officer. I was working with Alderman Cantor today, and after some back and forth with emails, we decided to call, and she was gracious enough to speak with me and Alderman Cantor, and thanks to her, we were able to iron out some numbers that Alderman Cantor and Alderman Vincent, I believe, will be presenting to you tonight. So I want to say thank you. I'd like to make a couple points about the budget you're going to see tonight, as while it does contain a tax cut, it could have a bigger tax cut. And among the things that could be could be done are taking the surplus from the schools, and instead of putting a third into the severance account and a third into the rainy day fund, as was required by the ordinances, $2.67 million for each of those. 10 of you could vote to take some of that money and put it against the taxes. Just another $4 million out of that $5.4 million would cut the taxes that you're going to see tonight by another 32 cents, or another almost 2%. So there are things that you could do here in this budget. And I'd like to say a thing or two about what you've heard on school spending. You know, one of the tricks of school spending is they don't actually count all of the money that's spent when they do the per pupil calculation. And part of the presentation you'll see tonight, and I'll share a little bit with you here, is in 2020, fiscal 2020, the school budget, including all federal funds that are not appropriated by this board but are spent by the school board, they spent $197 million. The current budget, all in, is $279, almost $280 million. That's a per pupil increase of $14,925 to $23,601 in 4 years. Half of that $82 million increase came last year because the prior board decided to take $35 million, more than $35 million from the state of New Hampshire that came in extra aid and just turn it over to the school board. So there's been an enormous increase in spending. All the while, school enrollment has fallen by 10% in that same 4-year period of time.
30 seconds.
So the final thing I'd like to say is back on people working together to cut the taxes. Your Honor, respectfully, you sent out more than a dozen mail pieces or other pieces saying that you were going to not only honor the tax cap, which the school budget doesn't do because it falsifies revenues to increase spending. I've explained that before. But you said you were going to cut taxes. And I wish you would work as hard with your Republican and other aldermen to actually provide the tax cap that you promised the city over and over again as you have.
3 minutes.
Pressuring aldermen on this board to not support a budget that cut taxes. Respectfully, you made that promise to the voters of this city, and I wish you would actually work to honor that promise instead of actively dissuade people from helping fulfill it. Thank you.
Stan Dillon, followed by Sue Corby.
Hello, Jay, Chrissy, and the Board of Aldermen. Thank you for having us here this evening. It's a beautiful night. My name is Stephen Dillon. I live at 470 Silver Street, Manchester, representing Ward 7. I'm here from New York City and have lived here in Manchester for the past 4 years. And I urge the board and aldermen to not let the taxes be raised for homeowners, such as myself here in Manchester, as the rising costs of food, gas, and electric have been devastating for all of us, especially the young moms and dads in our community trying to build a family and feel that it would be detrimental and devastating for all young people. Also, most importantly, our senior citizens, older men and women who already cannot afford to pay their bills, especially those on a fixed income. I also now would very much like to be the voice of our community going forward so that we can keep our community healthy and thriving. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Thank you so much for hearing me tonight. Thank you, Jay, for all your hard work. You're amazing, and Chrissy, and the Board of Aldermen. That's all I ask of you for now. And God bless all of you, and thank you so much for all you do for all of us.
Sue Corby, followed by Brittany Ping.
My name is Sue Corby. I live at 2094 Elm Street. And I am here to join with those who realize the importance of having a strong educational system in our city, who believe that a city thrives in large part or dies in large part based on its educational system. And even more importantly, I join with those who support the individual kids in our city. I strongly believe that we need to give them all that we can in their growing years so that they will have their best shots at life and so that they will become fully functioning, fully participating adults when they graduate. I hear people say that the schools have plenty of money. I disagree. Numbers are facts, but facts get manipulated and interpreted by people who have biases, and in some cases, people who have access to grind. The city that falls at the bottom of the list of per pupil spending in the state does not have plenty of money. The Board of School Committee proposed a budget that complies with the tax cap, and it reflects the basic needs of the school system. The budget should have been accepted. We can't build a great school system if we don't adequately fund it. I realize that the budget must be decided on in June, and that so far we have only your budget, the mayor's budget, to consider. I also realize that anyone on this board can propose tonight an alternative budget, and that alternative budget could raise or cut the school allocation. But I would hope that if an alternative budget is presented, and if that does decrease the school allocation from what you initially proposed, I would hope that you would not vote for that budget. And in addition, I would suggest, and I would hope, that if there's a budget presented that substantially changes the budget that we were able to comment on last April, that somehow you figure out another way to have a session where people can comment. Because
30
we're
seconds.
commenting on something that was promoted in March, or it was proposed in March, and where we were commenting. And if that changes, that needs to come out for public comment. I realize there's not a lot of time, but thank you. And thank you for all the hard work that you all do, coming from the best place that you can come from. I appreciate it.
Brittany Ping, followed by Aaron Kerwin.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brittany Ping. I live at 199 Putnam Street. I routinely love to use my 3 minutes of public comment. Thank you very much. Obviously, you guys all know where I stand in regards to any budget that's going to come in front of this board. I am absolutely forgetting the citizens of Manchester a break. I want to thank you all for cherishing public education, each and every one of you. I don't care what anyone else tells you on either side of the aisle that comes in front of you. I know that you do. I know that you cherish our city servants. I know that you cherish our city and her people. It's not a it is a thankless job. It's not one you get a whole lot of praise, or if you do, it's from one side or the other. So thank you very much. A lot of the conversations here, thank you. A lot of the conversations here are emotional appeal. And I thought about how to explain what I do on a daily basis in C-class rentals and bring it to you. And I just keep hearing how we're defunding and all these things. And so I went to go pull up Manchester, New Hampshire student achievement. And the top Google result was Manchester, New Hampshire student death today. That's what Google thinks, right? That's the number one. And that just breaks my heart. And so I know that people who don't agree with me about what our city's doing, that's the state that we're in, right? We come here with high emotional appeal and wanting our way or, the highway and do what I say, please, and please, and please. And these emotional appeals are rooted in the distress that our community has and the problems that we're facing, and they're real. And there is a family that's mourning the loss of a child today. I'm not saying because that's a new story today, but that's a routine thing that's Googled enough, where Manchester, New Hampshire student, the next word was death. So I just want to keep that in mind. That's really everybody here, whether I agree with them or not, that's what we're coming to today. We are trusting you to make these decisions and really give each other the benefit of the doubt and what you're bringing to the table, because I know that you're getting calls, Chris, and I know that you're getting calls, Dan, and I know that you're getting calls, Pat, and I know that I'm calling you. Maybe not all of you specifically, but I am, and I'm telling you the anecdotes of the family that wants to move away from the New Beach Street School District and move to the Jewett Street School District because they're looking for a 3-family and they don't want to get their child displaced, and if they do, they want to move them to a different, better school. I'm hearing from the new Army ARMI hires that are making $70K, who are looking for furnished apartments, who, man, I'm telling you, those guys are giving me a run for my money. They know their percentage of rent that they're going to pay.
30 seconds.
I'm hearing from people in this city who
30
love this
seconds.
city. We are all in trouble. I can't believe I'm going to tell you to pass Joyce Craig's budget if we have to, but please, we need zero. We need zero. We don't need 3.8. We don't need 5.6. We need a break. We need zero. Thank you.
Aaron Kerwin, followed by Victoria Sullivan.
Hello, my name's Erin Kerwin, and I live at 291 Race Street. So I got home today, and I opened up my mail, and in it was my tax bill. And it's big. It's a big bill. It's probably one of the larger bills that we pay for living in our house. And it makes me pause and think about, what does this bill pay for? Like, what are taxes? Taxes are actually connected to services. It pays for the police, the fire, the trash collecting, the roads. And on the educational side, it pays for our schools. And looking at the many services that I get for that bill, it actually seems like quite a deal for what I get. Manchester is a city I want to live in. I love it here, and I want the city to continue to grow and to become even healthier. I'm here tonight to ask you to approve the mayor's or Alderman Long's budget for the next fiscal year. We need a robust public school system for our community to grow and to be healthy. There are many great new opportunities for people in Manchester, and we need to be a city that attracts the workers to live, stay, and educate their families here. Ideally, the schools would have been fully funded and received the full $232 million it requested, which still fell under the tax cap, but compromises must happen. So I'm asking for you to please pass the mayor's budget. As you know, the budget for the school district is built upon the previous year's appropriations. As a result, the proposed amount of $227 million for the school will create a cumulative impairment in the budgets for the years to follow. If we truly want to see Manchester grow in 5, 10, 15 years, we need to make the investment today to get there. Please do not underfund the school district by considering budgets that gut the schools more. Do not offer tax cuts at the expenses of our kids, educators, and families. Thank you.
Victoria Sullivan, followed by Valerie Revett.
Thank you. My name is Victoria Sullivan. I reside on South Beach Street. I'm here tonight, as I have been several times before, to ask this board to respect the citizens that have elected you. I don't know if you heard, but when she said that her tax bill came in, there were a lot of people gasping because they're afraid now to go home and see what's sitting there on their table waiting for them. There is a lot of buzz about the housing crisis in Manchester. The fact is that there are apartments that are available. There just aren't apartments that are affordable. And much of that is because of the decisions that have been made in these chambers over the years. Every time you increase property taxes, you're harming homeowners who are the young families who are trying to buy their first home, to the elderly who have paid their dues and who now live on fixed incomes, and all of the families in between. You're also placing a rent increase on those who are living in apartments across the city, as the landlords need to recoup those tax increases through their rents and their fees. I recently got a call from a young couple in the city who could no longer afford where they were living. They got a rent increase. They ended up moving to a hotel because they were essentially homeless. They had no place else to go. That's not sustainable. And this is what I'm hearing across the city over and over and over again. Your decisions directly impact the homelessness. As I have stated previously in these chambers, those circumstances lead to increase in substance abuse and in domestic violence. And it isn't a budget that just impacts departments. You are making the financial decisions for every citizen in this city. We are living in very difficult economic times. Groceries, heating, gas, interest rates are all financially burying families. People are sitting at their kitchen tables figuring out where they can save some money and what expenses they can cut out. This board needs to do the same. In recent years, the city has received millions in property tax relief by way of meals and rooms tax from the state. Yet we have never received property tax relief. In fact, my taxes, like most of our residents, have seen regular tax increases, and that's not okay. God bless you. The budget that has been presented is disrespectful to the hardworking folks of our city who elected you to be stewards of change. They were fed up by the status quo and entrusted you to put them first. I understand that some of this is fallout of years of decisions made by the former administration. But you now have the power to do what's right. It's my hope that you will present a second budget that represents the will of the people and shows Manchester citizens and businesses that they have been heard. I hope that you will do the right thing by them with a budget that provides property tax reductions instead of increases. I also ask that from here on out, any additional state money that is sent to this city for tax relief is used for its intended purpose, to help the citizens of this city, not to continue to fund special projects.
3 minutes.
There should be no more politics as usual in Manchester. Thank you.
Valerie Revett, followed by Bryce Cowell.
Hi, my name is Valerie Revett. I live on Vandora Drive, where Ron Rousseau lives. I witnessed this person that is now living in what we assume is a group home. Oh, I'm sorry. I live on Vandora Drive, where Ron Rousseau was here earlier, speaking about a person that's been housed in what appears to be a group home in a residential, single-family home area that up until this person came was very quiet, never saw a police car. Now I'm told there's been 17 calls on this person. He came to my house one day. I was home alone. Fortunately, I have big dogs, but he came to my house, scared the heck out of me. But I'm told now the police won't respond. I pay taxes. I pay a lot of taxes. I can't understand how this whole thing could happen. I don't know if they need to be licensed or if they have to have a permit, if he would be arrested for trespassing, for coming into people's homes. What if he gets hurt on my property? Am I going to be responsible? I don't think so. I shouldn't be. But anyway, I fear for my safety. I want this person and I want this whole group out of our neighborhood. I don't believe it belongs there. We are a family neighborhood, single-family homes, not group homes for disabled or whatever their problem is. So thank you.
Bryce Cowu, followed by Jim O'Connell.
Good evening, Mayor Rouet and Aldermen. My name is Bryce Cowu, and I live in Ward 1. I'd like to give you all a short break from thinking about the budget by asking that you support Traffic Engineer Kristen Clark's request to evaluate the creation of a TIF district in the South Elm Street area. TIF stands for Tax Increment Financing, and at a high level, this is another tool for economic development that the city could have in its toolbox. Designating an area as a TIF district allows the city to proactively invest in beneficial infrastructure in an area with the knowledge that this investment will stimulate development in the area, and that leads to an increase in the property tax revenues for all the parcels in the surrounding area that are now more productive. This increase in revenue is then used to pay down the incurred cost of the new infrastructure. So basically, it pays for itself. With the RAISE project in mind, a TIF district could prove to be a super smart and fiscally responsible way to achieve some of the incredible infrastructure upgrades for our city. Now, there will be a lot more info shared during the presentation, plus an opportunity for Q&A with someone who's actually an expert in the matter. That is not me. So I'll leave my remarks on that topic here, although I did mention fiscal responsibility, so I guess it's time to go back to the budget. I'd like to echo the remarks shared by those who came before me to advocate for a fair, fiscally responsible budget that meets the needs of our community while adhering to the tax cap. So while I do not fully agree with Mayor Rouet's proposed budget, especially with how it fails to fully fund the Manchester School District, I recognize that some folks actually want to see a significant citywide budget cut instead. Everyone is certainly entitled to their own opinion, but cutting education, transportation, or infrastructure funding in the name of fiscal responsibility is short-sighted at best. We often call those investments for a reason. They help us build the Manchester of the future that we want to see. Saving money is a noble goal, but none of us should feel comfortable with blindly cutting things out of the mayor's proposed budget without naming what we deem worth sacrificing. Which services will be impacted if a hypothetical new budget comes forward that cuts millions of dollars in spending? Will we be increasing class sizes at Webster Elementary School in Ward 1? Will we be reducing student services at Smith Road in Ward 2? Or halting all road repavings in Ward 6 or Ward 8? Maybe forcing all multi-unit apartments in the building to use private waste collection instead of DPW toters. That was not very popular earlier. My point is, we spend money on things here in Manchester as
30
a city,
seconds.
as a community, because people want and expect municipal services of a certain quality when living here. We have to be clear-eyed about what that means when it comes to budget increases or budget cuts. So please consider the ramifications of your actions tonight and do not undercut Mayor Rouet's budget. Thank you for your time.
Jim O'Connell, followed by Salam O'Day.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Board of Mayor Aldermen. My name is Jim O'Connell. I live at Prospect Street, 265 Prospect Street in Manchester. I'm a member of the Board of School Committee. I'm coming before you tonight to talk about the budget. It's hard to know where to start. I think it's unconscionable to think about reducing the school budget from the amount proposed by the mayor. The mayor's budget represents $4 million less than what the school district would have had under the tax cap. And we've been told for years the tax cap suffered it when it's 0.3 and 1.3, because the day will come when we'll be able to give the students of Manchester something, because we'll be allowed under the tax cap. And then those who've been talking about that for years decide the tax cap's here now. Oh no, it doesn't work now. So we should remember that in the out years, right? That we're here today, that you didn't really mean it when you said you're just going to suffer while the tax cap's low, but because now that it's higher, you're going to make the kids suffer anyway. This is the least well-funded per capita school district in the state. The state of New Hampshire has been dragged screaming to the point of admitting that they are not performing their constitutional duty required under the Constitution of the state of New Hampshire, that they fund schools adequately. And in light of that, they decided to send additional money to the city of Manchester for its students. It was not largesse, it wasn't enough. When they sent it, they said it wasn't enough. They sent money to the city in order that we finance our schools better. And now we have aldermen proposing to take that money, hard won and fought, not enough to give us the education that our students need, and it's going to be could be taken for other purposes. So there's a lot of things being said here tonight that are inaccurate and untrue. I find it surprising that aldermen will go to outside people, former elected officials, those who haven't been successful electorally and can't get elected, that they would be asking those people who have vested interests and are known to be unsupportive of public schools. I would suggest talk to Dr. Gillis, talk to Karen DeFrancis, our long-term financial leader. As was pointed out by a member of the school board here earlier on, Julie Turner, our district, people talk about audits, our district is audited every year. And we have been commended, and as was pointed out, our district budget was seen to be pristine, and there is no question. The idea of talking about slush funds, we have accumulated over time by careful stewardship of the public's money, reserve funds that allow us to have money if and when it might be used, and it's regularly used for different purposes. Lastly, I want to say something important that I have never said in this chamber before. Tonight,
3 minutes.
There is the whiff in this room that hasn't been here previously of something beyond normal dealing. So bargaining on a budget is fine, exchanging ideas about what should and should not be done. When you cross the line to blackmailing the Manchester school kids, unless you get what you want, that's not bargaining. When you start saying to you, Mayor, that if I don't get what I want, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to rip $10 million out of the students of Manchester, or else give me this. That's not normal politics. That's dirty politics. And we've never had that in this city before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Salam O'Day. Followed by Madeline Jones.
So once again, my name is Salam Odi. I live on South Porter Street. I was born and raised as a Palestinian refugee, and I am a mother of a Navy SEAL on an active duty as well. So I'm here today to talk about the ceasefire resolution. So before I bring that up, I just want to say that Israelis are on a full attack of Rafah, where 1 million Palestinians are sheltering in tents. As the genocide goes on, taking uglier turns by burning innocent people alive in the middle of the night. such a barbaric, evil crimes committed by the IOF on a Palestinian land. And now we have what's called the tent massacre. We will not stand by and watch the most horrific Holocaust of innocent indigenous Semitic Palestinian people unfold. As of today, over 15,000 innocent Palestinian children have been murdered. We will not stop and we will not rest. Now, myself and every activist, we have been publicly bullied and made fun of on social media and put in harm's ways by Joe Kelly and Chrissy Cantor with the blessing of the Mayor J. Ruiz. It's really disgusting that we are all adults and we get bullied and made fun of. You are a public figure. I can bully you all I want, but I have no time, no energy. I was not raised like that, and I don't want it to go down that way either.
30 seconds.
However, we want this genocide to stop, and we will not back down. We will not be intimidated either. And as also for each and every one of you, I don't know if you would like me to bully you and call you the hair lice specialist like other people have been going around and saying that.
3 minutes.
Or you, Joe Kelly, making fun of all the homeless people and bullying them right and left. However, we will continue to come here and we will continue to ask for a ceasefire resolution. This is our right. Free Palestine.
Madeline Jones, followed by Bradley Conway.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. You might be wondering why I'm back. Shockingly, after 8 months of relentless bombing, the Israeli military continues its onslaught against my family's homeland. The last time I was here, you raised some points I would like to address. The first is why we are bringing this matter to the board. What does it have to do with Manchester, you asked? My colleagues and I, your constituents, have spent hours over the past few months outlining the connection between Manchester and Palestine. Despite the fact that our country is spending our tax dollars on the Israeli military that is relentlessly dropping bombs on a population of mostly children, the fact that we have a modest population of Palestinian, Israeli, Muslim, and Jewish citizens here, the fact that war crimes are being committed every day in our name, you don't know what this has to do with us. I don't know how to help you if you haven't been listening. Considering the main subject of tonight's meeting, I want to highlight the subject of taxes. Our federal government just voted to contribute an additional $14 billion to Israel. What could Manchester do with our share of that instead? The next point raised by Chrissy Cantor boils down to, what about Jewish people? And what about them? The actions of the Israeli military is not a reflection of the beliefs or purpose of Judaism as a religion. Countless Jewish people are speaking out against the ongoing genocide, one of the most prominent being Professor Annalise Orlick of Dartmouth University, who was arrested earlier last month at the Dartmouth encampment. In her words, the war in Gaza is the moral issue of our time because this is a genocide. By the way, the subject she teaches is Jewish history, so please don't tell me she isn't well informed enough to make that statement. In our speeches to the board, our focus has primarily been on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the ongoing genocide there. The fact that we say we want peace and you hear we hate Jewish people is a reflection on you, not on us. But Israel has just rejected a 12th ceasefire deal so they can continue their assault on the Palestinian people. Israel is committed to destruction, not to peace. On this note, I want to emphasize the damage this genocide is having on the people of Israel as well. Since October 7th, the families of the hostages held in Gaza have been protesting outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's house and the Israeli parliament, begging for a ceasefire to bring their family members home. 4 more hostages have recently been killed by the Israeli bombardment. If you really care about the remaining 100-some people held by Hamas, you will call for a ceasefire. Not to mention, by the way, that almost 9,000 additional Palestinians have been taken hostage since October 7th, many of whom are also being held in detention camps, also known as concentration camps, in deplorably inhumane conditions. I want to remind you that our tax dollars are funding this. Again, I beg of you, what would you do if these were your families being starved, bombed, burned, tortured? Would you sit there behind your desk and say it's not your problem? As long as I have life in my body and as long as the war in Gaza continues, I will demand peace and freedom for all people,
3 minutes.
including and especially the millions of people in Palestine whose only crime is being alive. Thank you.
Bradley Conway, followed by Angie Rodriguez.
You all need to hurry up and do something to stop the genocide in Gaza. Israel continues indiscriminately bombing and maiming and starving real people who have stories and hopes and dreams and families, all with their tax dollars, in violation of international law and all standards of moral decency. The reality is that one thing's changed in the last few months, and it's that residents of Manchester feel more helpless and ignored by their representatives at all levels of government, including here at the city. I wonder, is someone on the board able to name another issue, aside from divestment from Israel and ceasefire, where scores of Manchester residents put forth a resolution, spoke regularly in support at City Hall, and their concerns were completely ignored and swept under the rug? At what point does the board decide that issues raised by constituents are important enough to act upon? The way the board has ignored so many constituents who call on the city for divestment and ceasefire gives the strong impression that you're recusing yourselves from doing your job, and I think it's also that you won't feel awkward or lose any good ground or any good favor with New Hampshire's federal representative delegation, including Pappas, Shaheen, and Hassan. Factually speaking, though, through their continued support for military aid to Israel, Jean Shaheen, Maggie Hassan, and Chris Pappas are accomplices to multiple tens of thousands of murders, to causing more than 100,000 injuries, and depriving millions of people of basic necessities such as food, clean water, electricity, medicine, medical care, telecommunications, education, sanitation, and housing for more than 8 months. Their crimes against Palestine are heinous, deliberate, and repetitive, but most importantly, they're profitable. Israel is a foreign government, and it has successfully lobbied these reps with hundreds of thousands of dollars to look the other way and give Israel political cover. The federal delegation makes the decision every day to go out and arm the genocide some more, and the Manchester mayor and aldermen, in turn, cover for the federal delegation. These people are real butchers, and I don't want to be too paternalistic, but maybe you shouldn't want to be friends with these people so desperately. Make a name for yourself and tell them to stop facilitating the torture and murder of millions of Palestinians. You shouldn't need their approval. In the meantime, the board's inaction on this issue is felt deeply in this community. I can't remember one person who's come to speak against our proposed resolution, and we've been publicly flyering and posting for several months.
30 seconds.
Speaking pragmatically, our proposed resolution outlines how residents of Manchester want the city to make a strong statement in solidarity with Palestine. The support we've generated for our resolution has been gathered with the purpose of openly demonstrating that New Hampshire's state and federal leaders are clearly more concerned with providing political cover for Israel's campaign of genocide than for the well-being of their actual constituents. I also want to point out that for months, we've been calling on the City of Manchester to establish a committee to ensure that city funds are not invested in companies that are arming or enabling the genocide. Please disclose, divest, and push the city to move forward from divesting from
3
genocide.
minutes.
Thank you.
Angie Rodriguez, followed by Lisa Howe.
Joe Kelly.
Please direct your comments to the chair.
Someone on this board had just actually asked
if the man a few, I guess, speakings ago was speaking to him. And I just want to know if he was, then what? Anyways, every meeting, this group of aldermen sits before me, refusing to acknowledge that there's a full-blown genocide occurring in Palestine right now. I keep thinking to myself as we sit here in front of you twice a month and spread facts, why aren't any of you changing your minds? And then it hit me. You're predatory capitalist puppets. Not only are you such, but there is one of you that has a very disgusting past and a very dirty present, might I add. I'm talking to you, JKL. You sit on the council and play high and mighty all the while telling lies and being untruthful to your community. It kind of reminds me of that time in 2014 when Attorney General Joseph A. Foster had to release a statement regarding your deplorable behavior and persistent lies regarding Manchester police officers. And then, and I quote, as a result of Levasseur complaints, the office promptly undertook an investigation in order to determine the validity of each of those claims, and if necessary, to determine the appropriate action to take against the wrongdoers. Investigations interviewed over 15 witnesses, concluding most interviews about his complaints. He avoided further attempts to interview him for over 4 months, effectively stalling the investigation until January 2014. A general attorney calling you untruthful. The embarrassment you must have felt regarding that one, not more embarrassing than the 3.6 stars that you have on your law firm on Google.
Look, enough.
Maybe IDK.
We have to direct the comments to the chair. This is not the appropriate
It's relevant.
venue.
It's relevant.
It's not the appropriate
It's relevant,
venue.
and you're
You have to
taking up
direct
my
your
time.
comments
It's relevant to the
the chair.
genocide happening in Gaza right now. As if you didn't learn your lesson from the embarrassment of that situation, you ended up in hot water again for stating that Black Lives Matters protesters should be cleared out.
So,
It's almost like you never learned your lesson.
all right, enough.
And now we sit here, you
Assistant
still
Chief.
haven't learned, because May 22nd, you posted to public social media a picture of a Palestinian woman
Just remove
and called her
this.
a Hamas lover. Even worse, the picture was taken while
Ma'am.
we were in session at one of these meetings. So that leaves me concerned
Ma'am.
that not only are you not being attentive on this board and serving us correctly, but you're practicing blatant racism. And
Enough.
I don't know about anyone else, but a person like you has no place in a place like this. A city that has a population
Enough.
that
Enough.
has people from all walks of life.
Gavel.
I will be speaking to the New Hampshire
All right,
bar.
enough.
Gavel.
We're done.
Concerns about
Chief.
their behavior. I'll also be looking at what it looks like to file a complaint against you.
Look, we're done. We're done.
Oh, and don't try to
We're
do
done.
it now. We've got
I know. I called him.
Gavel
this
is.
board conspires to
Assistant Chief. Assistant Chief, please. Enough. 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 Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Chief. Enough. Hey, look, we're done. Assistant Chief, please.
I don't need to get on This is it. This is the meeting. We came for the budget, and this is what happens.
They're removed. We've removed them from the chamber. Thank you. Okay. 6-1, half a dozen. Clerk.
Lisa Howe, followed by Jessica Gifford.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lisa Howe, and I live at 24 Greenfield Street in Manchester. I have daughters at Webster and Hillside.
Ma'am, if you want to wait.
Okay.
You can't. Rick, we can't. Sorry. you just want to wait 1 sec, he'll get back and do the time.
Okay.
I apologize. Please continue.
That's okay. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lisa Howe, and I live at 24 Greenfield Street in Manchester. I have daughters at Webster and Hillside. A couple of months ago, I asked some of you to fully fund the school board's recommended $232 million budget to meet the full needs they've identified to adequately serve Manchester students, a balanced tax cap compliant budget. I noted the desperate needs of our buildings and that our teachers need adequate resources. Now that the budget has sat on the table for 2 months, and I understand the best likely outcome, or as I'd say the least bad outcome, would be to fund the proposed amount of $227 million, I ask you to please pass that amount tonight. Our schools are in a holding pattern to be able to plan for next year. This includes Hillside and McLaughlin that are preparing to expand their schools. I'm frankly alarmed to hear that there may be an effort to make what I would consider catastrophic further cuts to the school district budget tonight. I'm also extremely disappointed, as others have noted, that as a resident and a taxpayer, that proposal has not been made public. It would be wrong to pass that budget tonight for process reasons. More importantly, it would be wrong to pass that budget because of the devastation it would cause to our schools. Do we really want to strive for the bare minimum? If you're trying to strengthen our city, this is not the way to do it. The children of Manchester are our future. As a working parent, the wife of a manager of a local family-owned business, as someone who invests in our city, I can tell you if you slash the budget of schools, the message you're sending is that Manchester doesn't care about the education of our kids. If you care about public education, look to surrounding towns. Actions speak louder than words. For the first time, I'm now truly wondering if I can keep my kids in Manchester schools because I'm worried how the schools will bear these cuts. Today, I went to my younger daughter's band concert. She also has a field hockey jamboree later this week. My older daughter got hooked on volleyball in middle school and also got to try track. These are extracurriculars that will make them well-rounded, will help them be successful in life, and it's part of what makes them excited to go to school. It's experiences they deserve. And both are getting what I believe is a great education. One of my older daughter's highlights this year, ironically after what we just heard, was having a Holocaust professor speak at her school. And tomorrow she goes to an honor roll dinner. I have to wonder what of these things would survive massive cuts you may consider tonight. How many teachers will get cut? What programs? How will their education suffer? I can't imagine. Do you know what cuts you're voting on?
30 seconds.
Please fund the school district budget tonight. Please pass at least $227 million budget proposed by the mayor. As you provide the appropriate COLA increases to other departments, an increase that appears off the table for our schools, please don't inflict further cuts to our schools. Please don't cut taxes based on the backs of our kids. That would be shameful. Thank you for your service.
Lisa Gifford, followed by Dan Wright.
Hi, my name is Jessica Gifford. I think it said Lisa. Jessica Gifford of 3 Falcon Crest Way. I am a proud resident of Manchester. I was born and raised here. I am a graduate of our schools. I went to Central. The great education that I received in Manchester allowed me to go on and have a wonderful life. I went to Johns Hopkins University. I worked abroad for many years. I worked for the government abroad. And I recently decided to move back here and raise my family here. I am a proud mother of 2 children. My daughter goes to Weston. I'm a proud teacher in the Manchester School District. And I love to be able to teach here and give back to my community. I am so proud to be a foreign language teacher here in Manchester. That's something that allowed me to have a very meaningful career in life. And I love helping our new generation of students to prepare themselves. We are finishing up the school year right now. We have about a week left. And I love to see how much my students have learned this year, how they're able to communicate now in another language after just 1 year. how they have so many opportunities and possibilities they're excited for to travel, to study, and to work. I moved back here 3 years ago in order to send my children to schools here in Manchester. I decided to raise my children here in the schools where I was raised. This is the biggest and most diverse school district in the state. I'm so excited for our dual language immersion program that is going to be happening next year. As a bilingual family, as a multiracial family, as a multicultural family, we chose to raise our family here specifically in Manchester, New Hampshire. I appreciate the voices who came before me, Jason Bonilla, speaking in Spanish and sharing the voice of our Spanish-speaking students. Thank you so much for creating a pathway for dual language in Manchester. Some of our best resources right now are the amazing teachers that we have. They're passionate, they're educated, they're dedicated professionals. So many times we look at our schools and we see things that aren't working, but there's so much good that are happening in our school right now. Our students are amazing. Our teachers are amazing. We have great programs, great extracurricular, so many amazing partner programs that help our students to thrive and succeed. Please do not remove any funding from our current school budget. I just found out about this meeting maybe half an hour before it happened. It's well over my daughter's bedtime, but we waited so that you could hear our voice, and please maintain the budget as is. Please do not cut budget. Our schools are amazing, our teachers are amazing, and my daughter wanted to say something as well. No, she doesn't want to say anything anymore, but she wanted to say how much she loves her school and her teachers. She said, I love my school and I love my teachers because the teachers are great. So thank you so much. Thank you for allowing us to share our voice, and thank you for the work and service that you all do for Manchester.
Damn right. Followed by Noel Spate.
I'm damn right. I live in Manchester. I know budgets can be very difficult. I've done large public budgets myself. So I do want to thank the mayor, everybody who's here who's put a lot of work into this, and those who aren't here. My concern is that I'm not seeing a recognition in this budget for the need for increased investment in city-funded and city-operated solutions to the problems which are being caused by homelessness in this city, both for the people who are homeless and the people who aren't. In fact, I'm seeing the opposite of that. I'm seeing the defunding of the City Shelter and Engagement Center at Beach Street. I know there is a hope that we might find a community partner to take that over, and I certainly hope that does happen. If we lose those 40 beds, that's going to be significant, especially where Families in Transition is reducing capacity at 199 Manchester Street, and when we have no idea what's going to happen with the winter warming station. We know it's not going to be the 1269. It's not going to be able to be the engagement center if it's not ours, so we could see as many as well over 100 people that, or 100 placements where people were able to be inside last winter that might not exist this winter. And I know a lot of people, I've heard several board members say that they don't think the city should be in the shelter business. Why not? Aren't we in the business of everything important in this city? Police, fire, health department, welfare department, libraries, schools, parks, public works. If it's important, we have a department, we fund that department, and we work on that. We work to make the city better through that. I don't know why this would be different, especially when we're already spending the money. Because if you look at the money that we do spend dealing with the problems that result from the homelessness crisis, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money going into the police, the fire, the ambulances. It's a lot of money going into cleaning up camps and getting rid of them as soon as you hear about them. There's a whole ton of resources being thrown into that. There's the resources going into cleaning up Manchester Street at least once a week. I'm down there on Wednesday mornings. All of the trucks that come in from DPW, all of the police officers. I'm looking at that as somebody's rent for 6 months. And we're just going to do that every single Wednesday so we can say that so what? So they move to the park for a few hours before they come back? This doesn't seem like sound investment. And if we're going to go back to only dealing with the problems after they occur and not putting money into preventative, city-funded and city-operated solutions, I have no doubt that these problems are going to continue to get worse for everybody in this city. I hope I'm wrong. I'd love to see you prove me wrong, and I think everybody else in this city would love to see that too. Good luck.
Noel Spate.
Hi there, my name is Noelle Spate. I live at 195 Vandora Drive. My husband and I have lived there for almost 6 years now, and we have definitely taken a lot of pride in where we live, our property, our neighbors, and the community that we live in. Recently, a house on my street was purchased as a community home with some lower functioning adults. Our neighborhood has kind of shifted. This is the type of neighborhood where you know who lives next to you. You know your neighbor, you know, somewhat about their lives. And this individual has kind of caused a lot of safety concerns. And as a mother of a young child and expecting mother, this concerns me. So this individual has gone door to door, up and down our street, trying to get into homes, ring doorbells, walking through property. I think someone's even mentioned, maybe not fully clothed, walking down the street. I think if this was anyone else, if this was a regular functioning person, that would be trespassing. That would be, trying to break and enter. I know several of my neighbors have expressed that he has gotten into homes. Again, this is a neighborhood where, people have lived here for 30 years. They're not locking their door all the time. They trust the people that live near them. So I hope this isn't just a vent session. I'm a concerned mother and a concerned neighbor. I feel like a purchase like this through the housing, whoever bought it, I feel like it was shady for them to not inform us about what is going on next door. I feel a little blindsided by that. And then, like my previous neighbors have mentioned, this individual has been pretty visibly hitting his caretakers. His caretakers aren't able to manage him. I've heard from my neighbors that now police aren't even coming when we're calling for help because apparently the caretakers can take care of him. But if he's being belligerent like this, then what are we supposed to do? Now I'm scared with young children. I can't lock the. I mean, like, now I have to live in my house with my doors locked 24/7. Like, that's just crazy. And let's just say this individual is taken out of this home and moved somewhere else. Am I going to have to constantly live in fear? Like, my door is going to have to be locked. I'm scared to leave my garage door open to take my dog out. So I'm hoping that this is something that you really consider, and I hope this is, again, just not a vent session. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate what you do.
That concludes our list of speakers, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to take all comments under advisement and further receive and file any written documentation presented? Alderman Sapienza, seconded by Alderman Terrio. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. We have a presentation this evening from Jeff Belanger, Director of Planning and Community Development, regarding the proposed updates to the zoning ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the board for your time tonight. I know that you have a very busy agenda, so this will be a brief presentation. My goal tonight is just to make you aware of some important upcoming milestones for the new Manchester zoning ordinance. First, to quickly orient you to the big picture of what we're doing, we are in the middle of a multi-phase process to modernize Manchester's land use regulations. This started early in 2019 when we contracted with a consultant to help us write a new master plan for the city. When any town or city thinks about rewriting land use regulations, a master plan is really the right place to start because it documents the vision that the citizens have for how their community should develop in the future, and it lays the foundation for all land use regulation that comes after it. When the master plan was completed in 2021, we moved on to the most complex phase, which is the drafting of a zoning ordinance. That process is almost complete, as I will talk a little bit about more in a minute. And the third and final phase of the process will be rewriting the subdivision and site plan regulations. These are the regulations used by the planning board, and they apply mostly to large-scale development. Compared with the zoning ordinance, these will be much simpler to write and should be the quickest of the three phases. When the whole process is done, the zoning ordinance and the subdivision and site plan regulations will be combined into one document called the Land Use Code. Development projects usually need to consider both the zoning ordinance and the subdivision and site plan regulations, so we want them to both be part of one document. That should make it easier for property owners to find the information they need. So that's the overall timeline, but what I want to talk to you about tonight is what's coming up for the rest of the year. And I'll start with what may be the most important announcement of the presentation, which is that the first draft of the new Manchester zoning ordinance will be published on June 21st. It will be available for download on the zoning ordinance's website, and it will be available in paper form in the planning department. The publication of a new zoning ordinance is a big deal. It has only been done 3 times before in the city's history, so I want to make sure that there is plenty of explanation to go along with the release of the ordinance. That's why on the same day, June 21st, I and other members of the planning staff will be giving a lengthy presentation in this room to walk through the ordinance. I'll start at the beginning and I'll discuss each chapter to the end of the document. Now, June 21st is a Friday, and if spending your Friday evening listening to a long presentation about zoning is not your idea of a good time, don't worry. The meeting will be recorded by the Manchester Public Television, and a link to the presentation will be on the website, so you can watch it anytime and anywhere you want. This presentation will be just the start of introducing people to the new ordinance. The exciting stuff will come after. Throughout the summer, the planning department will be working to get feedback on the ordinance from the people of Manchester in a couple of ways. The first will be to host 12 public meetings, 1 in each ward. The goal of these meetings will be to explain in detail how the new zoning ordinance would affect each ward and to provide ample opportunity for people to ask questions and make comments. We want to be sure that everyone's ideas are taken into account. And to help make these meetings successful, we will be partnering with the professional meeting facilitators at the UNH Cooperative Extension. Their role will be to encourage discussion and record people's comments. Running meetings like these are what the people at the Cooperative Extension do. They have many years of experience in this work, and they have been phenomenal partners to work with so far. I'm really looking forward to what they can bring to this process. The days, times, and locations of the meetings are on the screen, but there's no need to write anything down. They will be posted on our website. We have scheduled each meeting for either a Wednesday at 6 or a Saturday at 10 in the morning. Although each meeting will be geared toward the ward in which it takes place, that does not mean that people from other wards can't show up. We understand that meetings during the week might be better for some people and meetings on weekends might be better for others, and that's why we picked Wednesdays and Saturdays. We're happy to talk about different wards at any meeting, which is one of the reasons why we're budgeting 2 hours per meeting. We don't actually expect them to take that long, but we want to leave room for discussions to go where they're going to go. So that's the first part of the public engagement for the summer. The second part will be a survey. It will ask a range of different questions about zoning topics from housing to parking to signs and many more. And to make people aware of the survey, we will be sending a letter to every household in the city, which is more than 56,000 in all. The letter will inform people about the ward meetings, and it will also have a QR code that people can scan with their phones to take the survey. The survey can also be taken on a computer by going to our website, and we will make paper copies available to anyone who would prefer to take the survey that way. In addition to sending out the letter to households, we want to get the word out to businesses as well, so we'll be working with the Greater Manchester Chamber of Commerce and, of course, the Manchester Economic Development Office to do that. To help us with the survey, we will again be partnering with the UNH Cooperative Extension, as they have staff who create and administer online surveys frequently. They're going to help us make the survey run smoothly on phones and computers and on paper. And we will also be partnering with the UNH Survey Center to help us write the survey. The UNH Survey Center is a group of statisticians and other professionals who administer surveys at the Durham campus. They run some of the most important and comprehensive surveys across the state for things like the presidential primary. They have been doing this work for many years, and they will help us create questions and generate accurate responses and a reliable set of data. And speaking of data, we expect to have a lot of it. At the end of the summer, After the conclusion of the public meetings in September, the UNH Cooperative Extension will write a report that catalogs all the comments, questions, and ideas that come out of the meetings. The survey will also end in September, and we will have access to all of those responses. If we can get just 5% of households to respond to the survey, that will be 2,800 responses. And the purpose of gathering all of this data will be to inform how we finalize the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance released on June 21st will be a first draft. It is a draft that the planning staff and our consultant have written based on ideas contained in the master plan, and we have done our best to follow what the master plan says, but as I said at the start of this presentation, a master plan is a description of a community's vision for future. It's an aspirational document that speaks in generalities. Zoning ordinances are legal documents that require much more specificity. And so the staff and our consultant have necessarily had to interpret and extrapolate from the master plan to write the zoning ordinance. And our goal with all the public engagement throughout the summer is to get feedback on what we did. We want to know what people think about the new ordinance and about land uses generally, so that we can apply those comments to the draft ordinance and put it in final form. Creating that final form is an important job. It's a job that it's a job that will require judgment calls, because even with all the data that we plan to collect, there are going to be many questions that may come up, and we need a group of dedicated and well-informed citizens to help provide direction on where to take the final ordinance. And that's why the city will be forming a steering committee to guide the writing of the ordinance's final draft. This work will make a real impact on the policy preferences expressed by the zoning ordinance. The membership of the steering committee will be comprised of delegates from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, the Planning Board, the Zoning Board, the Heritage Commission, the Housing Commission, and 3 citizens chosen by the mayor. You will note that the Board of Mayor and Aldermen has 1 more delegate on the committee than the other boards do. That's because while the other boards and commissions work with zoning in one way or another, it is the Board of Mayor and Aldermen that has the authority to adopt the zoning ordinance. The adoption of a zoning ordinance is a legislative action, and this board is the legislative body for the city. So your involvement is highly important in the process. As for the 3 citizens chosen by the mayor, it is important to bring voices from outside of government into the process. We want people who care about the city and who can bring a different perspective from those of us who do this sort of thing every day. To determine who will serve on the committee, the boards and commissions will select their delegates from among their membership. I'll actually be meeting with the Housing Commission tomorrow to talk with them about their selecting their delegate. And for the 3 citizen members, we'd like to get a letter of interest and a resume no later than June 28th. Applications can be made through the website or by emailing LUC, which stands for Land Use Code, at manchesternh.gov. People are also welcome to use paper mail, and of course, people are always welcome to call me or another planner at the planning department with any questions. So to wrap up this brief presentation, here is a summary of the upcoming milestones. Something that I didn't mention before is that we will hold a meeting in October to share the data that we collected from the community meetings and the survey so that everyone has a chance to be aware of what people said. As you can see toward the bottom, there are approximate timeframes. That's because at this point, we just don't know the extent of the edits that will be required to the first draft of the ordinance. If everyone loves it and they say don't change a thing, then that'll make editing pretty quick. If, however, the public and the steering committee want to make a lot of edits, then that will, of course, take longer. The last item on the list is about adoption. As I said earlier, the Board of Mayor and Aldermen are the body that would adopt the ordinance. That normally takes 5 total meetings with committees and the full board, so that's why there's a range of timeframes there. And that's all I had for you, just a quick update, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the director? Yes, Alderman Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm wondering if the zoning in the economic development area, if MDC could appoint a person to be involved?
I think they would be able to make a good application as one of the 3 citizens to be involved, but if you'd like to add that to the list of bodies, I don't think that's a problem. I think we'd want to get consensus from this board, as you are the ones who are going to be adopting this, but I would certainly have no objection to that.
Okay, thank you.
Additional? Alderwoman Fajardo?
Thank you. Just a comment. Thank you very much. I know this has been a massive lift, and I know a lot of people are really excited about this, so just want to take a moment to mark the milestone for you and your team and for the city, and also just acknowledge how thorough your plan looks to engage the public, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Alderman.
Other? Okay. Thank you, Director Belanger. Next up, we have a status update from Kristen Clark, traffic engineer, regarding the city's Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity, the RAISE Grant project. There will be a request to allocate $24,150 from contingency for a TIF district.
Thank you, Mayor and Board, for having us tonight. I'm going to hand it over to our consultant team to give you a brief presentation on an update of the city's Raise Grant project.
Thank you, Kristen. I am Joanne Fryer with Fuss & O'Neill, your consultant for the design of this project. So here's an agenda for our brief presentation. We'll be reviewing the scope, components, status schedule, budget, additional funding needs for the project, and the requests that we have for you tonight to keep the project moving forward. The project scope for the Raise Manchester Connecting Communities, the purpose of the project is to improve safety, connectivity, and mitigate congestion in the City of Manchester's Mill Yard area. Raise Manchester is an investment in making Manchester's downtown and Mill Yard transportation and pedestrian corridors safer, more walkable, bikeable, and less congested, while creating opportunities for future growth. The need is for east-west options for vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians to further revitalize the City of Manchester's Mill Yard District. This project is a key step towards implementing previous planning by the city, in particular the city's 2006 Downtown Strategic Development Plan and the 2021 Manchester Master Plan, both of which articulate many of the central ideas embodied in the Raise Manchester project. This project is in alignment with additional planning efforts by strategic city partners, including the 2017 Manchester Connects Multimodal Transportation and Land Use Planning Initiative, Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission Manchester Transit-Oriented Development Plan, and the Workforce Housing Initiative. This is a once-in-a-lifetime investment for the city, which is anticipated to support redevelopment and creation of new development, including office, retail, and residential development, with a value of approximately $590 million. This project fills in the missing gaps in Manchester's transportation infrastructure that were identified during the charrette that was held in 2019 to investigate what components should be included in the grant application. So the city submitted a grant application for Raise, and USDOT awarded the city a $25 million grant for this project, which included as well a commitment by the city of $5 million in matching funds for a total commitment to date of $30 million. The proposed action with the Raise grant and city matching funds includes new roadways and bridges, vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian infrastructure. The map on the right shows the project area, with north being up and to the right. Queen City Avenue is along the southern border of this area. The Merrimack River is to the west. Granite Street is along the north edge of the boundary, and Elm Street, Willow Street are along the eastern boundary. Each of the 4 individual elements within the project are shown in highlighted areas there, and we'll talk about them in a little bit more detail in the coming slides. Each element improves safety concerns unique to the location of the improvement, as well as serving to create discrete connections that mutually support each other, as well as building upon other adjacent infrastructure improvements to extend far beyond the limits of the project. These connections are the foundations to provide leverage for the private development of surrounding properties to create housing, jobs, and accessibility across the region. So we'll talk now about the 4 individual project components. The largest component is a new roadway extending South Commercial Street to Elm Street, including a multimodal bridge over the CSX railroad tracks behind the Delta Dental Stadium to improve the connection between the east and west sides of the tracks, alleviate traffic congestion on Granite Street during peak times, and provide alternative access to Elm Street. This part of the project will also include a shared use path for cyclists and pedestrians, and will begin at the Riverwalk, which is near the top left of the picture above, and will continue through the parking lot between the Riverwalk Apartments and the parking lot for the stadium up to the new roadway, follow the roadway up all the way to Elm Street. This crossing is a critical connection that will impact traffic patterns throughout the city, including addressing congestion on I-293 and increase safety and accessibility between the east and west sides of the city. The improvements will also include significant upgrades to drainage and sewer infrastructure to address existing issues and accommodate the project construction. This shows a view of the shared use path and roadway from the proposed new intersection with the stadium parking lot and Riverwalk Way. And to the left of the picture is the new bridge extending up and over the railroad. This new roadway will provide a secondary access to the stadium and the residential development adjacent to the stadium, significantly decreasing emergency response times to this area. The multi-use path from the bridge, as I noted earlier, crosses to the right and then goes between the apartment building and the Fisher Cat Stadium to connect to the Riverwalk Trail, the Hands Across the Merrimack Bridge, and out to trails into Goffstown. The next element we're going to talk about is a new rail trail, the Central Manchester Rail Trail, which will begin at Elm Street, connecting with the shared use trail that I spoke of in the previous slide. It will connect at the existing current Gas Street, Elm Street intersection, which will be upgraded to the new intersection for the extension of South Commercial Street. This signalized intersection will be upgraded with the project, as well as adaptive signal upgrade along the Elm Street corridor of 5 additional intersections, which will significantly improve traffic operations along the corridor. The Central Manchester Rail Trail will connect from Elm Street down the trail and over to Willow Street in the connector that's shown there to the right of the picture at Osier Avenue, linking up to the large residential area to the east of the project and creating bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure so that folks on the east side can get all the way over to the west side via the Riverwalk and the Hands Across the Merrimack Bridge, as previously noted. The trail itself will be raised above the current railbed elevation to approximately the surrounding property elevations to increase visibility and safety along the new corridor. This slide shows the complete extent of the proposed length of the trail that continues continues all the way to Queen City Ave. A new crossing signal is proposed to stop traffic and allow the trail users to safely cross Queen City and connect to the recently completed South Manchester Rail Trail, which is just on the other side of Queen City Ave. The Central Manchester Rail Trail is a critical final link in the regional bicycle network that has trails extending from this location down to the New Hampshire state line and over to the seacoast, as well as to the west, as we've previously discussed. The next element of the project is at the South Willow Street and Queen City Avenue, where there is a proposed peanut roundabout replacing the current signalized intersection to improve mobility and safety. It will keep traffic moving at safe speeds to reduce accidents, delays, and emissions. Other infrastructure improvements here include stormwater treatment where none is present today, as well as adding flash and beacons for the pedestrian crossings at the south end of the peanut. Significant soil excavation is expected here to accomplish this construction, and that soil will be reused on the trail corridor to raise the grade, as previously noted. Excuse me. The last piece of the infrastructure is a new pedestrian bridge across Granite Street to connect Commercial and South Commercial Streets. Crosswalks will still be present for users on Granite Street to cross across both Commercial Street and South Commercial Street, so those heading east and west will still cross at crosswalks, but those heading north-south would be using this new pedestrian bridge. There will be steps at the intersection as well as ramps along Commercial Street and South Commercial Street, and then ramps also heading east up
Granite Street towards the Commercial Street intersection. This is a heavily utilized pedestrian location with the ball field on South Commercial Street and UNH Manchester on the northwest corner of this intersection. Separation of the major pedestrian movements from the vehicular movements will increase pedestrian safety and comfort while adding vehicular capacity to reduce queue lengths and improve the level of service for the intersection. This in turn will reduce congestion, delays, and emissions. This is a view looking east to show the new pedestrian bridge over Granite Street, which will provide a new gateway to downtown. Talk briefly about the schedule for the project. The current schedule for the project includes completion of the project design, permitting, and property acquisition this fall, with submittal of the plans, specification, and estimates, PS&E, submission to the Federal Highway Administration for approval to proceed with soliciting contractor bids. Assuming that goes well in early 2025, we anticipate to have the obligation of the federal portion of the funding for construction, which will allow the city to put the project out to bid and seek contractors. Construction could begin as early as the summer of 2025, with all construction needing to be completed by September of 2029 per the grant agreement. I'm going to turn the project presentation over to Owen now to speak about the project cost.
Thank you, Joanne. In 2021, when the grant was awarded, our project estimate at that time was roughly $30 million. In 2024, the most recent estimate we have for this project is now $50 million. Obviously, that's roughly a $20 million delta. What drove these large increases in costs? One, the railroad changed hands from Pan Am to CSX during this, at the end sort of this application process and right after the grant was awarded. Turns out CSX has different design standards than Pan Am does, and our bridge over the railroad went from roughly 150 feet of a single span to over 600 feet with a 5-span bridge. Obviously, that carries heavy implications as to costs. Also, we've seen roughly a 30% increase in inflation and construction costs just in general. And then there were a few other changes from public input desires from when we submitted the application and a few unknown site conditions that we've learned since. So how do we address a $20 million delta? And probably even more importantly than that, how do we not lose $25 million from the feds that they've already guaranteed us by ensuring that this project comes to fruition? So our proposal at this point in time is to research the possibility of a TIF district that would encompass the area of this project. The figure to the right shows the area that we are proposing, with Granite to the north, Queen City to the south, Pine to the east, and the river to the west. You can see that carries all of the major elements, and it also has a significant opportunity to open up this southern mill yard area, as we're terming it, which is currently an underutilized asset in the downtown area due to the lack of good infrastructure in the area. So what a TIF district evaluation costs is $24,150. RKG is a company that we have used to do TIF analysis for us in the past. While we believe that this TIF is absolutely economically viable, we had to prove with calculations of our own on our application for the RAISE grant. We are not an ultimate authority on this, so we are asking for $24,150 with action tonight from the board to come out of a come out of the contingency accounts, to pay for this study so that we can potentially realize the increased revenues from this improvement to this area. We're anticipating a TIF differential currently of $20 million. That's the differential in the project. And as Joanne mentioned earlier, our initial estimates show over $500 million in potential increased taxable buildings and land in this area from these improvements. So with that,
I'd like to ask the board if there are any questions for us and our team here tonight.
Thank you, Your Honor. Owen, you said a large driver, the increase was because CSX has different design requirements?
Correct.
Are they contributing any, or can they be required to contribute money because a lot of this overage is because of them?
They are not contributing anything at this time, and I don't know of any mechanism or legal way that we could ask them to contribute.
I'm assuming it's the bridge, which is in, do they have air rights to where the bridge is? Is that why?
It's air rights, but it's primarily the encroachments on their tracks. Pan Am was willing to sell land to the city and allow abutments within their right-of-way. CSX does not allow that, so we had to basically span their entire right-of-way. That was the big change.
Great, thank you.
Chairman Levesque.
Thank you, Mayor. Why do we need to create a TIF if it's just $20 million? It's not, you know, like the other one we're going to try to do downtown where the project's, I don't know, a lot more money. Who's going to be paying for the TIF? There doesn't seem like there's a lot of real estate there.
So there's actually more real estate than you might realize, but it's not just the real estate that's there, it's increased value in the real estate. The estimates that we've seen, 590 million, I believe, in increased potential real estate values from increased access to this area. The idea when you set up a TIF is that the TIF actually pays for itself over a period of time, and then afterwards the city just realizes those additional revenues after the initial investment.
And how does it pay for itself?
It pays for itself by increased tax base.
So the value of the property that are there is going to go up, so you're going to get more tax revenue.
Correct.
And why a TIF? What is it just allows you to focus on? I didn't see a drawing or anything of where that TIF's going to go. Like,
Yeah, so if you could go back a few slides.
I mean, it's not just that area that's going to benefit from all of that. It's going to be all the way up South Willow, Queen. I mean, it's not just one single project. It's a monster project affecting South Willow, Queen City, even Elm Street, Canal, Bedford. So how big is the TIF?
So the TIF right there is what we're showing that outline. So Granite to Queen City.
In
and
blue
then
or the whole black?
The black.
Okay.
Granite to Queen City, and then Pine to the river. That's roughly our first proposal, but also part of what RKG will be asked to is analyze this area and see if it's viable and feasible. If they don't believe it is, we can look at potentially expanding the TIF area, but there are laws and regulations on how TIFs are created. They can only be a certain percentage of your city's land area. I don't know the number offhand, but I do know that there are rules and regulations behind that.
Do the property owners that are included in that border weigh in on whether they want to be part of a TIF, or is it not up to them? It's completely up to this board?
I believe TIFs are created solely by the board. Public input is obviously always a good thing, but does not necessarily a requirement of the TIFs as far as I know.
Do they feel an immediate impact of an increase in taxes, or is it just long-term when the values go up after a revaluation?
It would be something related to and tied to revaluations as time goes on. It's not.
So it's not a special tax on them with an extra bill every?
No, their property would need to increase in value because of these changes that would need to be realized by the assessors prior to any increases or changes.
Does the increase in does the implementation of a TIF I'm just not sure, does it lower our rates for bonding? Or, I mean, I just...
I can't answer that question.
I don't understand why it has to have you have to create a designation. Is it only the values are going to go up if the TIF is created, or is it going to go up if the TIF is not created? And what's the financial ramifications for us? I mean, I guess over the long haul, you think that we're going to get more money because we create a TIF, but if your values are going up because you're in that wonderfully great new area, you don't need to create a TIF, you just have your values going up because of where you're located.
Well, without the additional funding, the values in this area wouldn't go up
But you
because
would
the
get the, you could
project
get
couldn't
the,
happen.
you can get the additional value, I mean, the additional funding from us without having to create a TIF.
Could ask for a $20 million bond, yes, but I don't believe we got $20 million worth of bonding this year, and we need to be signing a contract for the full value of this in the near future. But we are absolutely open to exploring other ideas if that is something that the board is willing to entertain. We thought that this was the least impactful approach that we could come up with at this time. But we're also pursuing federal grants and other stipulations and ways and ideas for trying to get funding for this area as well.
Are all the people who are, all the buildings and property owners, and especially the railroad, I know how hard it is to deal with railroads, are they all the deeds and all of the legal work done to acquire whatever access you need, rights of way, easements,
That process-
licenses, all of those things, is
process
that done?
Sorry for cutting you off. No, that process is currently ongoing. We're actively working on that with numerous property holders in the area.
When do you want us to vote on the TIF?
I'm not asking for a vote on the TIF tonight. What I'm asking for is a vote on $24,000 to study the TIF by a professional organization to determine and prove to us whether it is viable or not, which is something we're required to get prior to being able to bond the TIF.
How long do you have for the 25 million before it expires?
We need to have the project, is it 26 now that we need to have it encumbered by, and then 29 it needs to be fully built out. But we anticipate a 5-year building schedule on this, so or 4-year, building schedule on this. So we really need it going by next spring.
Okay. We got a lot of things that are all coming together not in 2026, it seems. Thank you for that. I appreciate.
Alderman Burkish.
I had a question for the finance director. Could we bond the 24,000 for the study?
We could, but I think it would be better to have it come out of contingency, because if we move forward with this, it's a reimbursable expense, meaning we would be able to pay back the contingency account, the 24,000.
Would you accept a motion for approval, Your Honor, for the 24,000?
Well, it's.
That's what's asked for here, yes, I'm happy to consider it. So we have a motion to allocate the $24,150, seconded by Alderman Barry. Discussion? Yeah, we had a few more. Yeah, okay. So we had Alderman Long, then Alderman O'Neill, Alderman Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excited project. Thank you for working on this. The federal match of, the federal grant of $25 million, is that a maximum?
Yes.
That's a maximum, okay.
It's actually the maximum that has ever been awarded to a municipality as part of this project and program.
Okay. And the city's match is realized already?
Currently at $5 million, which, yes, the
Okay,
board
and
has already funded.
allocated that?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're setting up a TIF for the $20 million. Would that be a performance bond, Sharon? Is that what that's called? The TIF is to pay back the bond? And is that called a performance bond?
It's not a performance bond, it would be a TIF bond.
It would be a TIF bond?
It
Okay,
would
so,
be, so the funds would come into its own fund account, so that it wouldn't be commingled with anything else other than for whatever he's doing at that intersection, all that work would be done. And it would be paid back, the money generated for that area would pay back the bond.
okay, so the TIF money is the added value of the properties that are located there. Is that correct? Is that what qualifies to go into TIF?
So yes, there would be, the values of the property would be set at a point in time, and then any increase in value, those monies would go to pay off the TIF. I mean, it's possible you could pay off that bond quicker than what we take it out. I mean, we have a call on it, so we call it in 10 years, pay off as much as we can. I mean, that's happened in other communities, have been able to do that.
Okay, and we anticipate more buildings going there because this will beautify that area. And the new buildings that go there, is that all the tax base would go into the TIF if there was a 8-story apartment unit put up? Would all that tax base go into the TIF?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
If there was a new building put up, a 8-story apartment unit or condo unit, would all of that, all of the tax base from that building go into the TIF?
It would if it was built after that measurement in time.
Okay, great.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
All right, thank you.
Alderman O'Neill?
Thank you. Owen, just to follow up on Alderman Lavassa's questions, it's not only existing buildings that may be on a building, it's on property, but there are property down there that this is going to open up opportunities to develop, correct? That today cannot be developed.
Right, due to limited access and egress, there's a lot of areas in the South Manchester Mill Yard, especially if you look sort of north of Elliott at River's Edge, in and around MTA. Those areas really are sort of large tracts that are underutilized due to very, very limited access currently.
So it's as I understand the TIF, it's future opportunities.
Yes.
And this will open up. A question may be appropriate for Joanne. Joanne, it looks like there's 4 key construction components. Will those be one contract, or will they be put out individually?
Currently, our plan is to put them out all together.
Oh, okay.
One of the challenges is that we want to make sure that they're coordinated together, and we feel advertising them as one as soon as possible is going to get the best pricing for the city.
And what's the estimate, best guess today?
The total project is 50 million. I think construction is around 40 million.
Well, good project. Thank you all for your work on this.
Alderman Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to stress, just for a quick minute, the importance of safety, as you had stated on this. As you know, the west side, there's a lot of people that do their shopping on the west side, and they got to go to that market basket over there. So a lot of these projects are going to affect a lot of those individuals that may have disabilities or even drive on scooters. And it's very challenging for them as it is now, and I think we're just adding more obstacles for them, and I hope that we're taking into consideration, you know, if somebody has a difficult time walking, they don't have to go all the way down that street to get on the ramp, to come all the way back up to cross over. These are just little things I really want to stress the importance of, because the west side is heavily populated with a lot of people that do make that commute, and that peanut is, I don't know what the foot traffic's going to look like around that kind of zombie setup, but I'm hoping it takes into consideration
currently
mobility.
at that intersection, there's no crosswalks at all, so a pedestrian cannot get through that intersection without
It's crazy.
without crossing in front of live traffic. So by slowing traffic down, getting into that intersection, providing safer crossings for pedestrians, we really do hope it activates the pedestrian space and connectivity.
It's exactly what I'd like to hear. Thank you so much. But it is being looked at and considered, and that's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you so much.
Alderman Morgan.
So I'm just trying to understand the whole TIF. Is there any way we can get an expert like Bob to come up and talk about his views on this? I mean, if it makes sense, if it's inappropriate, he's more of an expert on this than anybody here in the building. I'd love to hear what he thinks about this if he wants to. I don't want to force you on it, but I just feel like maybe
We can put him to work. He's only got a few weeks left.
I know, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to get him to work. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I came down because I do want to speak to this. So this board could fund this conventionally with a bond, $20 million, and have it be part of your budgets going forward. If you agree to do that, that works. You got to check with Sharon as to what that means going forward as far as how it eats into the cap space you have. If you do it with the TIF, any of those new buildings that go in, that 8-story building, whatever that value is, all of that gets redirected to the TIF. It's not put into the general fund. So it doesn't make any difference in anybody's tax bill anywhere in the city, including in the TIF. It's the same tax rate, the same tax bills, it just redirects that money. So it helps with the issues with the tax cap. You can do it either way. Again, if you want to save the effort of doing the TIF, approve a bond to do the project like you normally would. If it's going to be an issue with budgets going forward, then explore the TIF and see if that's a better alternative. One other thing I would tell you is if you do a TIF, no more 79Es in that area because you need the revenue. Okay, so part of adopting that TIF is you don't entertain any applications on 79E in that area. And a lot of that area is in that 79E plan.
Additional questions? Okay, yes, Alderman Cantor.
Is it possible just to go forward with the 24 million and do half the project?
No, because of the way that we wrote, well, because of the way the grant is awarded, we have to keep all of the primary components to the grant. We've already value engineered this pretty hard to actually get down to the 50 number. Our original estimate was higher. We've worked pretty hard to try to skinny this up, but unfortunately, no, it's not like we can just pick one piece and go with that. We do need to still have all of the elements.
And if we were to remove one piece, they would take away whatever federal funding we had in the application dedicated towards that piece at a minimum. And if they don't think that, if Federal Highway doesn't think that we're still accomplishing the overall goals of our project, they could take away more. So it would be a discussion we'd have to have with them.
Thank you.
Additional? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Would anyone like to remove any items from the consent agenda? Motion to accept the balance? I didn't hear anything. Move on the consent agenda by Alderman Long, second by Alderman Terrio. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Moving into regular business, nominations to the Arts Commission. Flo Minton to fill a vacancy as an alternate member, term to expire December 1, 2025. Conservation Commission, Levant Akinci to fill a vacancy as an alternate member, term to expire August 1, 2027. Susan Boucher to succeed herself as a regular member, term to expire August 1st, 2027. Biram Sabdai to succeed himself as a regular member, term to expire August 1, 2027. Donald Waldron to succeed himself as a regular member, term to expire August 1, 2027. Office of Youth Services Advisory Board, Stacy Champy to fill a vacancy as a regular member, term to expire January 1, 2027. Heritage Commission, Laura Gamache to fill a vacancy as a regular member, term to expire July 1, 2027. Parks and Recreation Commission, Jen Drosiak to succeed herself as a regular member, term to expire July 1, 2027. Erica Connors to succeed herself as a regular member, term to expire July 1, 2027. Senior Services Commission, Veronica Ronnie Schlender to fill a vacancy as a regular member, term to expire January 1, 2026.
Your
Pursuant,
Honor, would you accept the special order? Could we special order item 22 be taken off the table? I was thinking of the person that requested, people are watching for the budget.
I think we could probably
That's fine.
sail
Okay.
through pretty quickly.
All right.
Okay. Pursuant to Rule 23 of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, these nominations will lay over to the next meeting of the board. Nominations submitted on behalf of the Planning Board for the Manchester representatives to the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. Eliza Augusta as a full member, term to expire June 30th, 2028. Kevin Shepard as an alternate member, term to expire June 30, 2028. Ladies and gentlemen, what is your pleasure?
I'll move, Your Honor.
Second.
Motion by Alderman O'Neill, second by Alderman Long. All discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Communication from Joanne Ferrulo, Assistant City Clerk, submitting the warrant for unlicensed dogs to be committed to the Chief of Police. Ladies and gentlemen, what is your pleasure?
Move.
Chairman Lavasser, second by Alderman O'Neill. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Communication from Thomas Hilton, Election Administrator, requesting the polling hours for the September 10th, 2024, and November 5th, 2024 state primary and general elections to be set for 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, what is your pleasure?
Move.
Alderman Long, second by Chairman Lavasser. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Communication from Jeff Belanger, Planning and Community Development Director, requesting approval of an amendment to the Master Development Agreement between the city and the Lansing Melbourne Group for the development of the Pearl Street and Hartnett parking lots. Ladies and gentlemen, what is your pleasure?
So moved.
Alderman O'Neill, Alderman Long, seconded by Alderman Barry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes
Your Honor,
have
I'd like to be recorded as abstaining.
Okay.
I have done subcontract work on a couple of their construction projects, so.
Okay. Thank you. Communication from Anna Thomas, Public Health Director, requesting the installation of suicide prevention signage on 5 city bridges. Ladies and gentlemen, what is your pleasure? We need a motion. Okay. Alderman Terrio?
Anna Thomas, Public Health Director of the Manchester Health Department. I'm joined with Kelly Rafferty, who's the Executive Director of Philanthropy and Community Benefits for Elliott Hospital. And they are part of this proposal.
And is this coming from you, or did somebody give this to you to forward on to us?
Yeah, so this actually was something that we first brought to the board back in August, and it was really in response to several unfortunate events that had occurred. One really significant during 2023 of a young person that I think was very public. And there's this sort of correlation happening with some of the bridges in the city, and this is sort of coupled with a much larger campaign that we briefed the aldermen at the time back in August on, including Zero Suicide, which is a mental health center initiative, along with some of the work that Making It Happen has done in the region and along the state. So there's a rollout of 988, as you know, which hopefully everybody is aware of, which is the number and contact that we want people to use in the event that they're having a mental health crisis or any other needs. This is just one more step towards pushing that campaign out in the community. And so there's a collaboration not only with Elliott Hospital, but the Mental Health Center, NAMI of New Hampshire, Making It Happen, the VA Hospital, their suicide prevention program as well. And I think it was really through the discussions of all of us that we thought, well, let's bring this forward as a concept, because many other states and communities are starting to roll this out. And in fact, the state of Washington has mandated this for all of their bridges and parks that are being built. And we thought it would be an important discussion to have with all of you to consider that for the 5 bridges proposed. And this is something that Elliott Hospital is willing to take on the expense for. And we have involved Director Clordy in the installation portion of this, and certainly DPW would be willing to take care of that.
Thank you, Anna.
Alderman Barry with a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Quick question. Anna, who's your target with this? Somebody that might be looking to,
So
that's struggling? Or is it an education piece as well?
I'm going to say it's all of the above, and Assistant Chief Marr just gave me some data. If it's okay, I can share some of it. At least what we've been tracking within the city, there's a combination of actual suicides, death by suicides, and then attempted suicides, and our first responders have been tremendous in saving many lives. So just as many deaths that we've had as many lives saved. And that's in the last few years has been about 10 of each. And in addition to that, they also have received calls for check condition, mental health issues, medical problems associated with the bridges. So on average, the first responders are going to about 25 calls a year. And that's the full gamut. It might just be somebody in mental health distress who just needs somebody there for them. And I think, I actually drove out to the bridges yesterday just to kind of do my own reconnaissance, just to kind of put myself in the shoes of maybe somebody who is contemplating dying by suicide. And I was taken aback by, we had a presenter that came out to Manchester a few years back, Kevin Hines, if you're familiar with him. He is one of the very few survivors of the Golden Gate Bridge, and he
attempted to die by suicide, and less than 1% of the people who have jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge have survived. But he made a pact with himself the day that he went to go take his life. And he said, I had a plan, I was going out there, I knew exactly how to get there, and all I wanted to see is if someone smiled at me. And if someone had smiled at me at that moment, I would have changed my decision. So this is one of those sort of cues that, is there a chance that that could have changed someone at that moment? I don't know absolutely for sure. I can't give you 100% that this is a sure thing, but I think any kind of awareness, any kind of education, any kind of connectivity to a resource might be the difference between life and death, even for one person, and I think that's absolutely worth it.
And the intent would be the signs to be on the end of the bridges on each side, so that we're not
Correct.
trying to say get to the middle of the bridge
Yeah.
and they've already taken their lives. I think it's not a great comparison, but I think the panhandling signs, you can't read them, so I hope the message is direct and right to the point.
You have a sample, hopefully, in your packet of what is being proposed on the signs themselves.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Follow-up from Alderman Terrio.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would think that most people who commit suicide, either it would be with a gun, hanging, some type of asphyxiation, or drug overdose. You said you have the statistics. How many people have died by suicide
A year-
in total?
Yeah,
And how
oh.
many have jumped off? I can only think of, 2 bridge jumpings.
Right, so it's about 20 a year in this community.
Okay.
And we're tracking at a rate which is comparable to national trends as well. So if you were to look at the attempts versus the actual deaths by suicide, you're talking about a few a year that are true deaths by suicide, and then certainly more attempts. So I think it's kind of, depending on how you want to define it, it is, when you think about how people choose, to attempt suicide, certainly a firearm, jumping are the most lethal. Once you make that decision, there's no turning back. There are other forms of attempts of suicide that offer a little bit of buffer in time. So this is why these are a little bit more serious and why we want to act upon them to just reduce that risk even further.
All right, but just to follow up, so how many people have committed suicide by jumping off a bridge in Manchester?
So in the last 3 years, it looks like 10 is what we've been tracking.
All right,
Yes,
thank you.
And unfortunately, one was 14 years old.
So we had Alderman Burkish? You had a motion to approve, second by Alderman Berry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Communication from New Hampshire, Vermont, chapter of the Associated Builders and Contractors requesting various amendments to Chapter 39 Procurement Code of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Manchester by adding additional requirements during the pre-qualification of bidders associated with the procurement of city construction contracts. Is there a motion to direct city staff to create a draft ordinance amendment and refer the item to the Committee on Bills on second reading for technical review? Alderman Terrio?
Didn't we vote on this in February, or?
So, I'm glad you asked. It was January in the first meeting. So during that conversation, I think it was Alderman O'Neill that had asked, because what I had said was I had met with both of the groups individually, and it didn't seem like they were far apart. And I had made that comment when I was up here, because I voted at that time in the majority to receive and file that. And then Alderman O'Neill asked me the question, would you be willing, because it sounds like they're not far off, to sit down and meet with them? So I did. So I think we sat down in February or March, and I asked them, I said, look, you guys didn't seem like you were far apart. Would you be willing to come together, draft something that's agreeable to industry and agreeable to unions? And they said yes. And about a month ago, they sent us a letter with a proposed ordinance that both industry and the unions could agree upon. I made some calls to other contractors, and they were perfectly fine with the updated procurement code.
All right,
so this seems to me, if these guys can get together and agree, that this is a good compromise.
So this is a consensus, all
Yeah.
right, thank you.
So do we have a motion? Motion by Alderman Long, second by Chairman Lavasser? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Reports of the Committee on Community Improvement. Are there any reports from CIP?
We have one, Your Honor. Committee on Community Improvement respectfully recommends, after due and careful consideration, that the request from the engineering project manager for permission to apply for grant funding through the Active Transportation Infrastructure Investment Program be approved.
Move, Your Honor.
Alderman O'Neill, second by Alderwoman Fajardo. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Are there any reports from the Special Committee on Alcohol and
We have 2 reports, Your Honor, and also one after this for Human Resources, which won't be on your agenda.
Okay.
Special Committee on Alcohol, Other Drugs, and Youth Services respectfully recommends, after due and careful consideration, that the amendment to the lease agreement between 39 Beach Street LLC in the City of Manchester for use of the building located at 39 Beach Street be approved.
Alderman Barry, seconded by Alderwoman Thomas. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Opposition by Chairman Lavasser. Motion passes.
The second report, Your Honor, committee recommending, after due and careful consideration, that the amendment to the professional services agreement between East Coast Evolution Leadership LLC and the City of Manchester for management, staffing, and operation of the Shelter and Engagement Center at 39 Beach Street be approved.
Motion by Alderwoman Thomas, second by Alderman Barry. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
The final report is from the Committee on Human Resources this evening, Your Honor, respectfully recommending, after due and careful consideration, the request from the police chief for the following changes to the department's complement: remove 1 vacant police officer position, grade 19, and add 1 police sergeant position, grade 22, be approved.
Motion by Alderman Burkish, second by Alderwoman Thomas. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, 21, new ordinance. Is there a motion to read by title only?
So moved.
Okay. Alderman Long, second by Alderman Vincent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Amending section 7.057, parking rates, and 70.78, basic penalty of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Manchester to include updated parking rates and citations. Is there a motion to ordain?
So moved.
Alderman Long, second by Alderman Goonan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Is there any new business?
Yes.
Chairman Lavasser.
There's a handout coming out. Glad we're able to do this before we start the budget, so Mr. Hurley can go home. Thank you. As you are, I'll wait till everybody gets it, or want me to start reading now? As you are aware, at its meeting on May 21st, 2024, the board was notified of the upcoming retirement of Robert Gagney, with such retirement to be effective July 31st, 2024. Pursuant to the procedure for appointment of city officers adopted by the BMA on 10/17/2006, a screening committee was formed to interview candidates for the soon-to-be vacant role of assessor, department head, who also serves as the chair of the Board of Assessors, assessor chair. The screening committee was composed of myself, Alderman Morgan, and Alderman Goonan. The Human Resources Director posted the position, and we conducted interviews of qualified candidates on May 29, 2024. On behalf of the committee, I am pleased to nominate Michael Hurley for the role of Assessor Chair. Michael was hired by the city in November 2008 as the city's Assessor Commercial and has ably served in that role since then. Michael is also a current member of the city's Board of Assessors. This will be a promotion to the role of Chair and Department Head to become effective August 1st, 2024. Michael's resume is attached for your review. This will lay over until the July meeting. Thank you. And congratulations, Michael.
Additional new business? Yeah, Alderman Long.
Will we be replacing Mr. Hurley's position?
We will. Job's been posted, and I believe we have a qualified candidate. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Alderman O'Neill.
Just a shout out and a thank you. Many of us were Boys Club kids growing up, but now the Boys and Girls Club, but by Diane Fitzpatrick being named Executive of the Year nationally by the Boys and Girls Club of America. It's pretty big.
Yeah.
And maybe we can have her in to recognize her formally, but I think that's, as a club kid myself and as the father of a club kid, I'm very proud, and she's done a great job there, so.
It's a great suggestion. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Alderman
Ron.
Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was looking at the Teacher of the Year, and I was flabbergasted by, there were 11 teachers from Manchester that were nominated, and I looked at other towns, and we just surpassed to where, I don't know if they picked the final, but there were 2 from Manchester that were in the finals out of 5 or 6, which I thought was commendable to our teachers in the city of Manchester.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you. Additional new business. Alderman Clancy? That's next in the tabled items. Yep. Additional new business? Okay. Is there,
To make an announcement, prostate cancer affects so many men in our lives, and it's Father's Day coming up, and if we can remind the men in our lives to get a PSA test, it's a simple blood test. I lost my dad to prostate cancer, and Alderman O'Neill has fought it, and early detection is key, so God bless everyone. Thank you.
thank you. That's something that runs in my family as well. I appreciate you noting that. Additional new business. Okay. Is there a motion to remove any, moving into the tabled items, is there a motion to remove any item from the table?
I'll move
Alderman
item
Long?
22, agenda item 22 be removed from the table.
Okay. Do we have a second? Alderman Burkish? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. So it's been removed from the table?
Okay, anybody want to bring a proposal, or, no? All right, I have a proposal, Your Honor, I'd like to present to the board.
Okay.
So I'm going to present to you the amendment that we made to the mayor's 25 budget. So the general fund adjustments were, I believe you have a copy of it. It's the breakdown, starting with economic development, starting with assessors. It's behind the list of departments that was emailed to you, I think.
It was emailed on Friday, Alderman, and there's copies being handed out right now as well.
Okay, great. So the changes we've made to the mayor's presented budget was we put $24,800 into the assessor for appraisal subscription software that's going to help them expedite assessing. In the city clerk's office, we put in $51,000 for the city election workers' pay to increase that. I also, we also received $100,000 in Comcast revenue, which 50% of that is going towards the city election workers' pay. So out of the $2 raised, the $1 goes to the city workers' pay. The solicitor's salary of $101,196 for salaries. $210,000 second injury payment from the state. The Economic Development Office will get a project coordinator effective January 1st. Finance, $600,000 interest income and $900,000 meals and room will be realized. With planning, $150,000 building permits. That was a projection of revenue from planning, an increase from the mayor's. Fire will receive a firefighter effective January 1st. That's a $27,589. The health department will receive an epidemiologist. Okay, yeah, I was a half a year short on receiving one. $34,003. And Public Works, this new budget charges for toters, which is $61,000. Health insurance, we needed to bring it to the 10% increase that we voted on, and that was $600,000. We realized some rebate rates with actually the mayor and Sharon spoke with Blue Cross Blue Shield,
That's correct.
to get these improved rates. And we also realized savings, stop loss renewal. So with the firefighter in January, the next 1, 2, 3 are related to the firefighter and to the epidemiologist and Mito's project coordinator. Contingency, we reduced contingency by $108,000 to lower the rate. Cash CIP, we received $163,000 from ARPA funding from fire, which took care of both police and fire. At the assessor's request, he requested $700,000 be placed in the overlay. Statutorily, we're required to pay that. So we added $313,000. There's a couple of motions that will bring, that'll bring more to meet the $700,000. And the surplus is $1,032,000, and we used all of the surplus to reduce the rate. And there'll be a motion for that also, because it's a three-way split. There'll be a motion to allow it to go to reducing taxes instead of the three-way split. And a decrease in the revenue that wasn't, it was realized it was just misrepresented from whomever on the school district. So the decrease in their revenue, which I believe, Sharon, it doesn't affect the rate, correct?
It does not.
No, that's correct. We did not pick up that particular loss when the mayor presented his budget, but we had the revenues that would offset it so that it kept the mayor's budget at the 3.86%.
Okay, so I'm not sure how you want to move forward, Your Honor. You want to have questions on this aspect, or you want to move to the CIP?
Does the board have any
Preference?
Yeah, happy to move into the CIP. Yeah.
Okay, if you could recognize Alderman Burkish has the update on the CIP.
Alderman Burkish.
On the CIP, after consulting with the mayor, we're not going to do the McGregor Street bond, which freed up $700,000. In the league partnership program bond, we're having Parks and Rec perform a complete assessment of all our fields, so we're not really ready to move on that bond. We had to add a bond for perimeter road, has extensive erosion from storms. Rail trail maintenance, we added $100,000. Wolf Park maintenance, and that's repurposing fields from, they used to be Little League now, they're gonna be done into pickleball. And Sweeney Park, we're adding baseball courts, basketball courts, thank you. And Precourt Park fencing, which is a home to Manchester Little League and South Soccer, we're adding fencing for $50,000. That was our bond, CIP bonds. CIP cash, we funded the Police Fuchsias Crime Center platform for $50,000. As Alderman Long had alluded to, we funded ShotSpotter with a combination of CIP cash and ARPA funds from fire. Health Department, we appropriated $13,200 for additional parking. Welfare General Assistance, we had to increase by $50,000. And Fun in the Sun, we funded at $50,000. That's $300,200 for CIP cash. That's what we did.
Thank you. And if I could,
Please.
Your Honor, the result lowers the mayor's proposed tax rate increase of 3.86 to 3.59 and reduces bonding requirements by $250,000. So with that said, I would look for a second for the following motion, or you want to have questions?
We could do a second and then discussion.
Sure.
Second.
All right, well, actually, I'll motion to transfer $403,748.02 from CIP 810924 Employee Compensation Study to the city overlay account. That's going to require 10 votes because it came out of one-time funds, and it's going back into one-time fund because it's not used, and it requires 10 votes for the board to use that to fill the overlay account that statutorily we're mandated to fill.
Where is that on your sheet?
It's not
just a
on,
motion,
it's not
it's
on
just-
the original sheet. This adds it. This motion adds it to our budget.
So this was part of the discussion that we had a couple weeks ago on the compensation study, was that we were going to take the remaining balance of that.
Yeah.
And what he's proposing is that we take the remaining balance of the compensation study and use it to cover the loss that we have from the $700,000 that we have to pay towards the overlays.
I got it.
That's the Mall of New Hampshire.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's just taking that money that we voted on to get rid of from the compensation study and move it over to that to cover that deficit. That $700,000 deficit pays for it. Alderman, okay, so motion by Alderman Long, second by Alderman Barry. All those in favor?
Roll call?
Oh, sorry,
Yeah, we need 10 votes, so
Okay.
I'll take a roll call.
roll call.
Alderman Long?
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo?
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza?
Yes.
Alderman Cantor?
No.
Alderman O'Neill?
Yes?
Alderman Lavasser?
No.
Alderman Terrio?
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza?
No.
Alderman Burkish?
Yes.
Alderman Barry?
Yes.
Alderman Vincent?
No.
Alderman Thomas?
Yes.
Alderman Morgan?
No.
And Alderman Goonan?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion fails. We're increasing the tax rate. So I'll make a motion, so those that voted no, you just increased the tax rate. I'll make a second motion, Your Honor. Motion to suspend ordinance 35.032, transferring the fund balance surplus allocation intended for the rainy day fund, severance reserve account, to effect an allocation of $1,032,000 to reduce the FY25 tax rate. Any excess FY24 fund balance by year end will follow the ordinance as intended. So what this does is where, by ordinance, any surplus we split between the one-day account, severance, and lowering the tax rate. So instead of taking a third of this $1,032,000, we're going to take it all to meet this budget. If we don't get the 10 votes, the rate increases. So
This is $1 million, so 1 million is 0.4% on the tax cap.
0.40, yeah.
Question?
Alderman Terrio.
Is this the couple of questions, actually. Is this the 5% above the reserve? Is this what we're talking
No,
about?
this is the surplus that came in after my budget was $1 million. So what he's suggesting is taking that 1 million and putting it all to lower the tax rate.
If this doesn't pass with 10 votes, what would be the tax rate?
399.
Okay, so 399, this will go down to,
No, it's at 359.
And then you just add 0.4 to that. So it'd be 399, but because the last one
to
failed,
get
it'd be
yeah,
up over
correct.
4.
So I wonder, Your Honor, if I could ask Sharon, the last motion failed, the 403. What effect does that have on the rate, which we were looking at 3.59? Does that
0.15?
increase that?
0.15.
So the 400,000 did not go to overlay, so we would have to increase that to 700,000. But we would be using all of the surplus. The rate is then 3.80.
So it'd be 3.80 from both,
From 3.59.
just on this next motion?
Just
On the first motion.
if the 400,000 failed, which it did, in using the $1 million 32, all to go to the tax rate, the rate would be 3.80.
Okay, 3.80.
Alderman Terrio?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we get a reconsideration on the first vote, because we're increasing taxes if we don't do that? How do we?
Yeah, I'll second the reconsideration.
Yeah, okay, so a motion to reconsider, so this was.
Actually,
the-
Your Honor, you need to be in the positive. I voted with the majority, and I'll move reconsideration for the
Because
first motion.
otherwise, we're going to increase the tax rate.
Correct.
Roll call.
Okay, so right now, just to reiterate, so this is a roll call vote on moving the 400, what was the number, 400?
3,748.
One more time?
403,748 and 2
Okay,
cents.
so taking that money that we eliminated from the compensation study and moving it over to cover the deficit, the $700,000 deficit in overlays. And so this needs 10 votes.
10 votes, otherwise our tax on everybody is going to go up a certain amount.
Correct.
So I would ask everybody to vote in the positive.
Alderman Long on reconsideration.
I think Alderman
I'm
Lavasser
sorry.
called it.
Alderman Lavasser, reconsideration.
No.
Alderman Terrio.
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza.
No.
Alderman Burkish.
Yes.
Alderman Berry.
Yes.
Alderman Vincent.
No.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes.
Alderman Morgan.
No.
Alderman Goonan.
Yes.
Alderman Long.
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo.
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza.
Yes.
Alderman Cantor.
No.
And Alderman O'Neill.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion doesn't pass.
Fails.
8-9.
So if
No,
if
that's
I
just
may
a
ask the
Fails.
clerk,
Oh, right.
point of order, Your Honor, was that vote just to remove, just to reconsider, and then we have to do the motion again?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll move to transfer $403,748.02 from CIP 810924 Employee Compensation Study to the city's overlay account.
Second? Alderman Barry?
Roll call.
Parliamentary inquiry. I'm confused. I thought, didn't we just vote on that?
That one was to reconsider.
You got one reconsideration. Roll call.
Alderman Lavasser.
No.
Alderman Terrio.
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza.
No.
Alderman Burkish.
Yes.
Alderman Berry.
Yes.
Alderman Vincent.
No.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes.
Alderman Morgan.
No.
Alderman Goonan.
Yes.
Alderman Long.
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo.
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza.
Yes.
Alderman Cantor.
No.
And Alderman O'Neill.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Parliamentary inquiry, or we're not using it for the overlay to make up for the shortfall because of the decrease in taxes over at the Mall of New Hampshire. Can that money still be used to lower the tax rate in another way? Basically, can I stick it somewhere else to lower the tax rate increase?
Can you stick the 400,000 somewhere else?
The 400,000, yes. Can I put it somewhere else to lower the tax increase?
Still need 10 votes.
Well, yes, but I think when the assessor is going to ask for the 700, that's what he was trying to do, was, so in the tax rate, he was only funding the 313,000. He was going to try to use that 400,000 so that we wouldn't have to make it 700.
All right. Thank you.
So if I may, Your Honor?
Alderman Long?
Thank you. So statutorily, we're required to do the overlay. When the assessor needs money to pay, reimburse for taxes, we're required. So what's going to happen is come whenever, November, December, October, the assessor's going to come to us saying, we need $300,000. And we have to find $300,000 to give to them. So that's the effect of not passing this has. So pay now or pay later. We found a way to pay now. You want to pay later? That's the will of the board. I'll accept that. So if I could Did we already make the second motion, I believe?
Not yet.
Not yet?
This is the one for the $1
Okay.
million to go towards.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll move, Your Honor, to suspend ordinance 35.032, transferring the fund balance surplus allocation intended for the rainy day fund and severance reserve account to the effect and allocation of $1,032,000 to reduce the FY '25 tax rate. Any excess FY '24 fund balance by year end will follow the ordinance as intended, meaning any increased revenues will add to this $1,032,000 to decrease the rate.
Alderman Long, seconded by Alderman Barry. All those in favor?
Roll call.
Start with Pat, I guess, or me, doesn't matter.
And just for the record, that motion also suspends ordinance 35.051.
Okay.
Alderman Lavasser on a roll call.
Yeah. No.
Alderman Terrio.
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza.
No.
Alderman Burkish.
Yes.
Alderman Barry. Yes. Alderman Vincent.
No.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes.
Alderman Morgan.
No.
Alderman Goonan.
Yes.
Alderman Long.
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo.
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza.
Yes.
Alderman Cantor.
No.
And Alderman O'Neill.
Yes.
Motion fails.
So if I may, Your Honor, if Sharon could give us, we went from 3.86% to 3.59%. Could Sharon, are we still at the 3.8 right now with both of these?
With both failing, the amount that you can use in surplus at a third is $344,000. It now has a tax rate at 4.07.
4.07?
Alderman Sapienza?
Okay.
That last vote, do we need 10 votes?
You do.
Yes.
To suspend the rules.
To suspend the ordinances.
Thank you. So that, excuse me, Your Honor, so that 4.07 is higher than the mayor's?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, the other motions are on the appropriations. Is there anybody else that has something come forward before we make a motion on appropriations? No?
I'd like to make a motion on appropriation.
Go ahead. Actually, they're legally written for us, how we have to do them. Okay.
That was a comment.
Alderman Sapienza?
No.
Make a motion that we provide to the school district $230 million.
Say what?
A motion to provide for the school district at $230 million? So we have a motion by Alderman Sapienza, a second by Alderwoman Fajardo. Discussion?
Question. Is that in their budget?
No, the 227, what it was in Alderman Long's budget, they're asking to increase funding to the schools by $3 million.
Okay. Roll call.
That's actually 2.1. Closer to 2 million.
That's right, it's 227.9, right? 2.1.
So as I understand the motion, you're looking to amend the appropriating resolution to the Manchester School District, the sum of $227,982,610 with a new balance of $230 million. Is that correct? Who was the roll call? Alderman Lavasser?
No.
Alderman Terrio?
No.
Alderman Sapienza?
No.
Alderman Burkish?
What does it affect on the tax rate? Can I ask that question?
So by doing that person, and doing nothing else, right? I mean, like, there's been no other changes, but just to change the sheet, we're at 4.87.
No.
Alderman Burkish is a no. Alderman Barry? No. Alderman Vincent?
No.
Alderman Thomas?
No.
Alderman Morgan?
No.
Alderman Goonan?
Nope.
Alderman Long?
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo?
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza?
Yes.
And Alderman Cantor?
No.
And Alderman O'Neill.
No.
Motion fails.
So, Your Honor, I'm getting a sense that there's something else coming up. So I'll move to finish. So now we went from 3.86 to 4.07.
Which I don't think anybody on the board is going to support that number. I mean, I think
I'm not.
going from here, I mean, I think if the proper, what gets us to the end of the month? I, as mayor, would veto something that allows us the opportunity to go back to the drawing board, bring the two sides together so that we can work on a compromise. I think we're going to be at an impasse here. I don't think that there's anybody on the board that is going to support anything that's over 4.
I'll make a motion to table
if I may-
and move the meeting to next Tuesday, June, I think, 11th or 13th.
June 11th is
June
the
11th.
the only thing I would just note for the record, the school department, our school board is in this room.
On Tuesday?
On Tuesday next week, so we would probably need to kindly ask them to use their facility at the district.
We could do it on Monday, Matt, unless it's a holiday.
Monday, they have a school board is in here as well on
All right,
Monday.
school board, but the other one's a committee? Okay, Tuesday.
All right, let's
Saturday's
not,
fine.
let's finish this conversation.
Just made a motion,
first.
seconded by
Second.
Mr. Morgan.
Second. I'm seconding Alderman Lavasser's
Okay, so
motion.
we have a motion to table, second by Alderman Morgan. Discussion. Yes, Alderman Barry.
Thank you, Ron. I'm not going to support that. You know, you put your budget together in March, I believe, right? You presented to the board. We had plenty of time. We worked our tails off, myself, Alderman Long, Alderman Burkish, on getting a budget together. Out of courtesy, we made sure that every board member, including the mayor, received a copy of our budget on Friday. My understanding is there's another budget from other people on this board that didn't have that courtesy, didn't show us what their budget was. They're coming forward with supposedly a budget tonight, and you know, that's where we are. And I know we had so many people out in the audience that wanted a lower tax rate. 3.59 from the mayor's tax rate was pretty good. And we mastered it, I thought, in a very good way that everyone should be happy, including the school board, including the superintendent and the taxpayers in the city of Manchester. Now we're going in reverse direction, so thank you.
Alderman Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we've been very transparent on everything we've done. We have 13, I have 13 board members. They're all made aware of whatever I was going to do. That's the fair way. We also had meetings with the mayor to keep it open. We also invited any alderman who was working on a budget to sit with us so we could work, collaboratively to come up with an agreement. And the only ones that showed up to the meeting were Aldermans Burkish, Berry, and myself. So I don't know how much more we could have done to reach out to everybody, to say, let's work together as a board to come up with a compromise budget that we all could agree with.
There's a motion to table is undebatable, first of all.
It is.
It's indebatable, and we've already had 2 people debate it. And we're not going to keep debating a motion to table. Let's just take the vote and move on.
House for a roll call.
Alderman O'Neill on the tabling motion.
No.
Staying here.
Alderman Lavasser.
Yes.
Alderman Terrio.
No.
Alderman Sapienza.
Yes.
Alderman Burkish. Alderman Barry. Alderman Vincent.
Yes.
Alderman Thomas.
No.
Alderman Morgan.
Yes.
Alderman Goonan.
No.
Alderman Long.
No.
Alderman Fajardo.
No.
Alderman Sapienza.
No.
And Alderman Cantor.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Motion to reconsider that.
Yeah. So I think the concern that I have right now, I mean, I deeply appreciate all the work that has gone into this, and I was in some of those meetings as well. Concern that I have right now is that there's not, at present, the 10 votes to make the transfers that we would need to keep the rate low. So the only budget that would come forward that would have votes is going to be up over 4%, which I know from our conversations, none of us would approve of.
Mayor,
So
can we
I
have a
know that-
5-minute recess?
Great.
You can call it without a vote. You can
Okay.
call it without a vote, Your Honor.
Yeah, all right, Alderman Sapienza?
Tonight is the scheduled meeting. Tonight is the night to do our work.
Microphone.
Tonight is the night of the scheduled meeting. Tonight's the night we're supposed to do our work. Let's get our work done tonight. Does the chairman have a budget? This is my 10th budget cycle. This is my 10th budget cycle. The chairman has always brought a budget forward. So where's the chairman's budget?
I'll bring it next week.
Yeah,
All right, so is there,
yeah, better late than never.
I think we can.
And I'll let you see it first.
All right, enough, stop. Is there another budget to be considered? Okay, if there's no other budget to be considered, then the one that it would now come to me as mayor to veto would be up over 4%. And I don't think that that's something that any of us would approve of. So I don't see another option but for going back, because we can't reconsider those votes at this time, right?
Well, there's one we can. There's one we can.
Okay.
The 1,032,000 we can. But you didn't realize in your budget, so the reverter budget is the mayor's budget.
Right.
So it's the 3.86.
Yeah.
After the 11th.
Plus, there's a lot of stuff in there that
After
you
the
guys
11th.
included that's not there, will not be there.
So we would have to have.
This board has until the 11th to resolve this issue and either amend your budget or do nothing, and yours goes in after June 11th by charter.
Well, I don't think anybody here wants to support a 4%. So I don't see any other option but to go back over the next few days. And, I mean, because I don't think anybody here is going to support a 4% increase. And that's where we're at right now. So I think we have to table and.
We've got a budget right here, 3.86. That's your budget.
Right.
Yeah, but it's absent the 1 million in revenues that we have gotten since that time.
Well, everybody knew we were coming here tonight. Everybody
And
knew we were coming here tonight.
And I would veto my own budget because I'm not going to let that million sit there. I'd rather
Okay.
put it towards the tax rate.
I'd rather see that, so we could work to the 30th.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I don't know what people's schedule are.
Yeah,
I
so
know,
if we veto
I know I'm
that,
going to see my grandson in California tomorrow, and I'm not going to be here.
So if somebody brings forward my budget that I put forward on March 28th and I veto that, then we get until the 30th?
Yep. 25th. It needs 5 days layover.
I guess that technically could happen.
Okay. I don't see another option at this point. It seems we're at an impasse. Nobody here wants to support a 4%. There's not agreement on the 10 votes that are needed. So I don't see another alternative but for to pass, we veto my budget, and we work until the end of the month.
So, Matt, do we need a motion for his budget?
So you're
That he
looking for a
vetoes it?
motion to approve your budget that you're then going
That
to
I will
veto?
subsequently veto.
Gotcha.
I have a
Okay.
question, so move. Question?
I'd like to make a comment as well. I have my hand up.
This is wild.
Please, well, I mean, let's bring it forward, and then we can have discussion
Yeah, I'll
about it.
make the
and we can
motion.
include it in
Having my
that.
hand up since the last set of questions.
Okay, Alderwoman Fajardo.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I want to comment that, all things being equal on trying to hit 4% or otherwise, I do think that there's credibility to the criticism of this board that we have dragged our feet and backed ourselves into a corner on the timeline. And to the extent that we are putting ourselves and the city and the school and the departments and putting everybody in a bad position, that's our own doing. So just to make that very clear, there is an opportunity I appreciate getting the email on Friday, and I'm thankful that you at least took that step, but the public didn't get to see that, and I don't know what my constituents think of this budget or any other budget that may or may not come up, and I want to call out that I don't think we've done a service to the taxpayers of the city when this is how we do it.
Alderman Sapienza, and, well, before we just continue discussion, let's put the budget on the
I'll
floor,
make
and
the
then we can
motion.
have discussion.
I'll make the motion that we adopt the mayor's budget.
Okay, is there a second? Alderman Barry.
Roll call.
Discussion. Well, discussion.
Discussion.
Yes.
So if you veto your own budget, then we have till the 30th? Is that what I understand to be correct?
The mayor by charter has the authority to veto any action of this board. If their action is to approve his budget, he could technically veto that. The solicitor agrees with that, so.
And that would give us until the 25th.
And that gives you by charter to the end of the month, 30th.
The end of the month, the 30th.
Which we don't have otherwise?
Which you do not have otherwise.
So if
You
it-
have until the 11th, the second Tuesday by charter,
Okay.
the second Tuesday in June.
So if we pass it and he vetoes it, then we have till the 28th. What if it doesn't pass in the first place?
No, well, we're not
Does that change the deadline?
We're right where we were, before the vote.
We have to
Okay.
pass this so we can get the rest of the month. Pass this, let me veto it. That's where we are. We have to vote, we could just do an all in favor, we all vote for it, and I veto.
Well, I know you're going to be.
Roll call.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do, no, right, okay, so we do,
Roll
so
call.
we do a roll call.
You can't veto 14 people.
This is where, no, I understand, so we'll do a roll call. Give me 8, and I'll veto the hell out of it, and we go home, and we go until the end of the month.
So,
Which eight
so
want to
Your
do
Honor,
it? I'm not taking a risk.
could I ask a parliamentary inquiry?
What if there's a 7-7 and then you?
The fact that you're vetoing your budget, does it still, if we don't come up with a budget on the 30th, does it revert to your budget?
It can, because we can bring it back
Yeah, I'd rather hear from the experts.
with a motion for reconsideration.
By
I've
charter,
got enough of this leadership. I need to hear from the experts.
Enough.
No. So,
You
I
didn't
don't know
bring
if
a
the
budget?
solicitor
She's-
could give us an answer on if,
She's searching.
oh, she is.
What about the other budgets that are tabled? You can't approve any of those? Well, you
Only one.
got, all
Well,
the
no,
other
he's
budgets.
talking about
the other
the school district,
resolutions.
the new school and nutrition, the other one, you're talking about those, Alderman Burkish?
Those are included, right?
Yeah.
They're
Well, they're separate line items that you can vote, is what he's saying.
Even the CIP, we could even do CIP, couldn't we?
correct.
So, I think we just do my budget. And
So pursuant to section 6.04 of the charter, it reads, "The Board of Mayor and Aldermen shall adopt the budget on or before the second Tuesday in June of the fiscal year currently ending." Then it talks about what the adoption shall include, and then it says, if there's a veto, action by the Board of Aldermen and any veto shall be completed by June 30th.
Okay, so we pass, we get 8 votes, I veto, and we go until the end of the month.
I mean, it's very unusual, but I don't see the charter preventing that.
And then is there a special meeting that's?
We would call a special meeting. So I think what we would do is we would sit down we would have several people from either side, we'd sit down, we would hammer it out, and we would call a special meeting when we felt comfortable that the 10 votes exist.
So to answer my question, if on the 30th we don't agree to a budget, does it revert back to the mayor's budget? It does, even though he vetoed
Yes.
it? Okay, great, thank you.
It reverts back to the mayor's budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to further complicate this complicated situation, I would just say that you have all these other resolutions that need to be resolved by June 11th by charter. If you don't do nothing, you wait till the end of the month to come back and meet, those are all going to go in because those are not being vetoed. So that's your parking fund, sewer user rental fees. So as long as everybody's comfortable with those going in, they will go in to FY25 as of June 11th. So those are everything else not being vetoed in front of you right
So
now.
what are those?
So that's the parking fund, sum of $5,668,749. The sewer user rental charges of $25,255,603. The airport authority resolution of $40,558,119. The Manchester Transit Authority of $1,657,544. The school district is not part of this, from what I understand. That's at 227, 982, 610. The incremental meals and rooms tax revenue. The school food and nutrition is $5,819,971. The Central Business Service District at $258,000, and then the CIP, which is your final resolution. So the only one is that second to the last, which is raising monies and making appropriations of $185,401,207. That's the mayor's general fund budget, and that's what I understand he's vetoing, if this passes.
So we would have to combine that with the school district.
School and CIP.
Let everything else pass.
CIP?
No, we pull CIP.
Would you not pass the school
So I think the three things that would be included in this proposal would be my budget, the school district, and CIP. And then the balance would pass. Alderwoman Fajardo?
Matt, could you clarify why the school district wouldn't be included tonight?
Well, he's just clarified that that's included in the motion that he's asking the board to make, is to approve.
Correct. The big three would be my budget, the school district, and the CIP. The balance, we would agree, would pass
I understand.
on
Thank
June
you.
11th. But the big three, we could sit down and negotiate: the CIP, the school, and my initial budget from the 28th. Those three we would combine, everything else would pass.
Question, Your Honor?
Or you could just take a vote tonight to pass all of those other ones, and they're done, you're done with.
Alderman Barry?
Your Honor, just to clarify the reason, I know we got criticized by the public, criticized by someone on the board in reference to waiting to present a budget and to send a budget out on Friday. There's a good reason for that. Number one, it takes a lot to go into this budget. We had the courtesy, we met with the mayor and his staff, and we also wait to see if any of the numbers change. We want to do everything we can to protect the taxpayer, so we waited to see if any of the numbers would change. We checked with Sharon periodically, checked with all the departments to see if any of their numbers would change. I've been on this board for 11 years, and every year it comes down to this. This isn't something new. We wait until the very end to see if there's any changes that's going to benefit the taxpayers. So, thank you.
Your Honor.
Sapienza.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to reply to on the subject of foot dragging. It sure would be nice to know the future of Central and West and which one's going down. And, it's pertinent. No, it's pertinent. Foot dragging, how long has that been going on? Let's have the information.
Let's stick to the budget.
It is the budget. It's part of it.
It's not.
It's not?
All right,
School's
so
not
do we
part
have-
of it? School's got nothing to do with it?
So do we have a motion to combine the school district, my initial budget, and the CIP to vote on, which for all those?
No. Okay, it's just the opposite, I think. We're voting on everything else except for those three, correct?
No.
No. We would vote on those so that I can veto it, so that
Oh.
we can go back to the drawing board. The balance of what's listed in here would then pass on the 11th, and we would negotiate those three items over the next 3 weeks.
We're going to pass them now, right? All those other items. Not going to pass them on the 11th. They're going to pass them now, so they'll be done by the 11th.
Yeah, why?
It could go one of two ways. We could pass them on now, or we just let it sit and it passes by itself on the 11th. It's just organic.
If I may, Your Honor, why can't we vote on passing some of these not CDBG, but the Central Business Service District? Why don't we pick out the ones that we can pass? And then the only ones it looks like we can't is CIP. Yeah, we can, but I don't think
Yeah, let's see if we get the votes.
we're going to get the votes to
Yeah.
do that.
Well, it's going to be mine. So it's not going to include the additional projects that you guys added after my budget.
Correct.
So it would have that 700,000 bond for McGregor Street that we no longer need, and the 200,000 for the 50/50 that we don't
And
need.
shot spotter and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's much cleaner, I think, if we just include all three I veto, and we go back.
Yeah, well, I'm not agreeing to include the school district. That's the only issue I get.
Yeah, me too.
So you want to pass the 227 number?
Correct.
Okay. So do you have a,
I'll move that, I move that we appropriate the sum of $227,982,000, $227,982,610 for the fiscal year 2025, appropriating to
That's the
the
number that
Manchester
was in
School
my
District.
budget? So we have a motion to pass the 227 number. We have a second discussion.
Roll call.
What do we want? We have discussion on the 227
Yeah,
number?
we do, actually. It's important for the school district to get this as quickly as they can. They're looking for teachers. The teacher pool dwindles every week we wait. So this needs to be approved so that they could start working on adjusting their budget and going out for qualified people at the top of the list in June or July.
If I may.
So further discussion, Alderman Cantor, and then followed by Alderman Morgan.
Yes, there is a problem with the school tax cap. It really should be $216 million, $223,000 due to loss of state adequacy aid and less loss of fiscal year '24 one-time revenue from the trust. So the 226 should actually be $216 million. So I argue against that number.
Okay. Further discussion, Alderman Morgan?
All right, just so I understand, so in voting for this $227 million for the school district, that will go into whatever new budget we
Correct.
produce? That'll be the bottom line?
Correct. That's the number that was in my budget on March
Your
28th
budget
when I
and
gave
then
my
past
presentation.
budget, and that's going to be, we vote that tonight.
That's correct.
That's going to be the starting point for
So they
every
don't- correct.
future budget, regardless of what we do.
That's my
Is
understanding.
that the understanding? Is that
No, not every budget. No, it could be.
any future budget that we
Well,
produce?
for
in the next
FY
three-
We don't have to worry about the schools.
That's correct, so that's, this number sets aside, we're good.
Which was the number that was in my budget.
Okay,
It was the
that's all I
number that
wanted-
was
that's
in
all I wanted.
Alderman
Okay.
Long's budget.
All right, thank you.
Further, who else had a comment? Chairman Lavasser?
Yeah, the issue on whether the 227 number is legit or not is a question that I've had, and my understanding is that the 277 number, if I have it correct, rolled in the surplus that they anticipate to have this year. And this is my, I don't know how many budgets, in our 15th budget, and we never allow surpluses rolled into the actual budget number. So what happens is, they give us a budget number, and then later, they always tell us they don't know what the surplus is, so they don't tell us till after June 30th, and then this board votes to let them retain that surplus. They've already anticipated $8 million in surplus and rolled it into the 277 number, which I don't believe, I'm not sure if it's legit, but it's definitely a new precedent, because old precedent is we don't allow them to roll in. Because they've rolled in their surplus number, they've also created a higher base for next year. So their base would be 216, and then if they get their surplus, they don't get to roll that into their next base. So they're starting with a higher base next year. That's how it's been explained to me, and I believe it's accurate. But if it's not, somebody can tell me whether it's accurate or not. But if you have rolled your surplus into your base number and increased your base number without approval of this board allowing you to have that. So if you vote for this 277, you're basically saying, we're allowing you to have your surplus.
Dr. Gillis?
But without doing it the proper way, in the proper steps.
Karen? It's 227.
227. What did I say?
277.
Oops, real high.
I'll take
227.
that. I'll take
So, did you roll your surplus into the 227 number? No. Well, I hope not. But that's what it's been explained to me, so we might as well get that out.
Could Mr. Francis come up and?
She's coming.
Oh, she is.
They're up there.
Oh, she didn't jump off the, oh, she's taking the stairs. Oh, okay.
If they rolled in,
There you go.
they start with a new base. I want to take this surplus out.
Sorry, your mic. The mic.
Should be.
Matt, are the mics on up there?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. So the $227 million budget that the mayor presented includes one-time funds of $7.8 million from our fund balance and $1.2 million from expendable trusts. So and basically those revenues are supporting the shortfall in the adequacy aid. So we're still within our tax cap with the 227, as well as within the 232 million that we submitted to the aldermen.
Just to clarify the question, I think what he was asking was, should you have put it in on the back end? Are you artificially inflating your budget next year for the tax cap? Should that be added on the back end? Not in the 227, but whatever the numbers you just gave us, should that be deducted? You present that as a budget and then say to the alderman, we also need this money to approve to be added to our budget after the fact. I think that's what, have you done, this is how you've done it before?
Typically what we do is we put it into an expendable trust, and then we utilize, like last year, we used $3 million from our expendable trust to fund some of the revenues that were lost.
What we did this year was flip it. We gave all the information above the end of the year so that we weren't coming back later. We're trying to be more and more transparent as we do our budget build.
So what's your surplus then?
So the surplus, we just actually finished our finance agenda that will be presented next week. We're looking at our expenditures, and again, this could change because we still have purchase orders that could be closed between now and the end of the year.
You say this to me every single year.
Well, because we could get invoices that come in for...
I know, but you should have a good estimate.
I don't think that we will, no.
You should have a good estimate.
I believe we have a good estimate. This
Good.
is what we've been presenting to our board. So our expenditures, we're looking at just over $8 million, $8,010,000. We do have to, however, transfer money into our food service account. The estimate right now is $474,000. So that reduces the $8 million. And then on the revenue side, we're looking at a surplus of $860,000. So in total, those three items that I just mentioned come to $8.4 million. That's our estimate as of today.
So that 8.4 million is on top of the budget that you presented of 227?
No.
No?
No. When we presented the budget, we anticipated an $8 million surplus. So within our budget presentation, we utilized $7.8 million of that to fund the shortfall in our adequacy aid. So because we knew we were coming in with a surplus, we wanted to use that surplus to help fund the loss in revenues for fiscal year '25.
So if you used your surplus to fill in other holes, you don't have a surplus. So again, you're playing, I don't know what we want to call it, some sort of, the walnut game, the walnut under the shell game here with us.
Absolutely
We don't
not.
know what the real number is. I mean, you shouldn't have taken that money out. You should have given us a real budget. And then when you got your surplus vote from us, then you would have been able to fill your holes. But you filled your hole in advance. I mean,
I don't
that's
agree with
what you
that.
did.
I don't agree with that. I think we're being
Well,
transparent.
then you would have an
and
extra
we're-
$8 million above the money that you told us.
We told you it was $8 million and that we were going to utilize $7.8 million.
You told who that?
In our budget presentation. In the documents that I assume everyone here on the board has.
You made a presentation to this board?
To the Board of School Committee, and we forwarded all of our information to this board.
Right.
You have
and-
everything we have.
So that's a clean 220, that's a clean 227. There's no extra money going to be left at the end on July 1st. It's going to be 227 and that's it.
The 227 is for next year's budget.
Right. On July
Which we-
1st,
which the Board of School Committee-
227, and then there won't be any extra money that's going to come up on a surplus of extra money anywhere.
Well, right now, we're anticipating the surplus to be the numbers that I just read off, which is about $8.4 million. Could that change and be a higher number? Yes, but we can't utilize that in next year's budget.
Let me ask it again.
Because we're
Is it-
asking, because if it's approved at 227 million, we can't spend more than the 227 million, even if we had a surplus of an additional 20 million. We're not authorized to spend it without an appropriation to spend it.
So the 227 number that we're being asked to vote on right now, you cannot go above.
Absolutely, unless we come back to this board for an additional appropriation.
You have come back to this board every single year that I've been on it with a surplus, and we've had to vote on it. Is that going to happen again this year?
Typically, what we do is, at the end of the year, we will ask the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, if we have a surplus, can we put it into our expendable trust funds? And that has been approved by this board. This year, we're putting it into a fund balance and bringing it forward to next year's budget to
So
help
you've
support the
already, you've
revenues.
already done that without asking this board. So if we
No,
voted for the...
this
if we-
is the budget process. That's what we're asking for now.
If we voted for the 227, we're actually voting for the surplus to be put in, or in advance. It's not, you're not coming back again. I hope people understand the machination of this.
Clearly.
Good, you do.
Clearly.
You don't, or you?
I
you
do seem to
see
clearly
it?
understand.
All right, so he asked the question. The questions have been answered. Does anybody else have additional questions on?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Thanks. You had mentioned to make up for the loss of adequacy aid, correct?
I think so.
Yes,
Okay, can you explain what you mean by that? Are you talking about from the state?
yes.
Because a few months ago, we were hearing about how we were going to be getting more from the state.
Right, so this year we came in front of the board and asked for the additional appropriation for 35 million, and we brought a spending plan for that 35 million. Now, remember that the adequacy is based on our enrollment as well as our free and reduced numbers. So when the state gave us our estimate for fiscal year 25, the extraordinary needs grants, which is based on the property values in Manchester as well as our free and reduced numbers, since the property values in Manchester went up, our aid went down by
Okay.
7.5 million.
Okay, and so a few months ago, we were hearing about the expected increase in adequacy aid from the state of New Hampshire. That's what we were told.
And it failed.
It failed. Bill 1583 failed.
Okay, so when we were told a few months ago that we were expecting an increase in adequacy aid from the state of New Hampshire, that wasn't accurate. right?
It was
Your Honor,
accurate
I
at
could
the time.
It was a prediction.
It was
Your Honor,
supported by
Chairman,
both.
hey,
I could explain that.
yeah, so
Being
the
at
state
state.
rep, I mean, he
So-
was up
Sure,
there. He can
sure.
fill us in.
So in the House, which I serve, it was a bipartisan vote, Republican and Democrats, to pass this bill. So talking with Representative Heath and people on finance, not a problem, we anticipated money. It got to the Senate after they were told that they're looking at a $600 to $700 gap with, $600 million to $700 million gap for the Sununu Youth Center. They're not appropriating any money, so that's why these bills failed.
Okay,
So
that's,
there is nothing coming.
there's nothing
So there
additional
wasn't-
coming from
There wasn't an effort to pull wool over your shoulders, over your head.
well, okay, thanks for
facts were
that.
stated.
I just remember sitting over there, it was a few months back, it was the prior board, and I remember hearing, and then I says, well, we don't know that we're gonna get this increased aid from the state, but, all right, I don't wanna pound that into the ground, thanks.
Ron?
Alderman O'Neill?
I just want to support the comment that Alderman Long made earlier. The sooner we get the school district a budget, the sooner they can make commitments to teacher positions and other positions. And we're unfortunately in a very competitive world for educators. So I think if we can pass one tonight, it's in the best interest of the school district.
Question. Sorry. I think I got pollen problems, at least that's what my wife keeps telling me. I think I'm got something else.
You got a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, what other trust funds have money in it and how much? You have a sheet?
Okay, so we have 6 trust funds. Our healthcare trust has 7 million, do you want the exact number or rounded?
Yeah, you can round it if it's not 7.9.
7.3 million, 7,256,000.
Sorry, I'm sorry, can I write those down? Go ahead, go ahead.
Healthcare, 7,256,000. Special education, 4,944,000. Repairs and maintenance, $446,000. Capital projects, $5,000. Athletics, $165,000. And teaching and learning, $15,461,000.
Say that again?
For $15,461,000, for a total of $28,279,000.
Thank you.
Alderman Terrio.
Teacher in learning fund, can that be used for hiring new teachers?
No. That would be used for any of the curriculum that we're looking to bring into the district. We, in the last couple of years, have gone to a curriculum cycle. Next on deck, we have the curriculum and the materials for music, art, PE, health, world language, elementary library, high school math, and algebra. A year out from that, we then have English language arts to address as well. So we now have a cycle to refresh our materials.
Thank you.
Question.
Alderman Sapienza.
Isn't it true that all those trust funds have dedicated funds? And they're not,
Correct.
and they're one time, they're not, you can't use them in your budget, right? For your operating expenses?
They'd be one-time expenses, correct?
So,
If I could just add, just briefly, the recommendation of our auditors is that we be at 15% of our budget. So that would be $30 million in trust funds if our budget was $200 million. Just because I'm poor at math, we'll just go with that. So the idea that we're under $30 million, it means that we are something under the ideal. We've gotten high credit for having done a good job in building these trust funds. When former well-known Vice Chair was here, Mr. Beaudry, he railed in this city about the fact that we didn't have funds. We have students come to our city all the time who have huge expenses associated with them, and they need services. And sometimes those services can be $1 million or $500,000 that the district has to find. We cannot go over budget. So we don't have these trust funds or funds available to spend its money, then we have to remove teachers from classrooms or programs. So there's nothing unusual, and we should just understand as bodies here that this is regular order, this is how a district should be run. This is good fiscal management, and that's what I'm sure your financial director would say. It's what our longtime financial director is saying. It's what the superintendent of schools in the city of Manchester is saying. This should be seen as regular order. Thank you.
Alderman Barry.
I don't know if we're gonna vote on this right here, this motion right here. I have another motion for it to, I don't know if I can include it or if I can do a separate motion to also include the $300,200.
Microphone. Your microphone.
Sorry, Mike. I think we start, the motion, I think if I heard you correctly, was to include the CIP budget in there. I think we start with.
I can do it separate.
I think we do it separately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions on the school? Chairman Lavasser.
If these are special funds, I think you just said this.
Microphone.
Mike.
First time, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, or whatever I think you're Vice Chair, right?
Correct.
If these funds are dedicated, how come you get to use them in the general as a one-time revenue? How do you machinate that?
So the current year we're in, $3 million was used from the health trust to support the health insurance costs. So it was used for its specific purpose. We have to use the trust for what they were
So
designated
you had to put
for.
it into the budget, right? In order to, you had to make an entry into the budget itself?
We utilized $3 million as a revenue this year to support the health insurance line item of $20 million.
How do you use the other 28 million if you can't put it into the budget, if they're one-time funds?
Do you want to talk about curriculum?
Yeah, we would go back and we would bring through the curriculum adoption process. We would bring that through the Board of School Committee, and then that would come for use of that trust fund.
Say that again?
We would go through the Board of School Committee, through the curriculum cycle, through the curriculum adoption, and then that would come forward for a motion to use those funds for that purpose. It's aligned to the intent of that trust fund.
Can they be used for general funds in your budget?
No, we would need to use them for the purpose that they're assigned to be used for.
Can they be used for a deficit in a budget?
if we in the past had health insurance that, well, no, not a deficit, but if we were looking to modify what our health insurance impact was going to be, we've done in the past, those monies come back forward.
But if we had a shortfall in our health insurance line, like if we budgeted 20 million and health insurance came in at 21 million, we could utilize the expendable trust to avoid a deficit.
Out of the health line.
Correct.
Health, or if it was a special education situation, out of the special education line.
Chairman Lavazza, any
So,
movement
no,
within the
so-
funds? Sorry, Your Honor.
No, I think he's all set. You had your question answered? So my thinking, when I did my budget, the 227 number and the conversations that we had subsequent to that, I felt that that was the compromise. It reduced it by 4.2, which was too much for some people to reduce, and too much spending for others to or that they would approve of. So I felt that that was a sweet spot. So that's why it was in my budget, something that folks could agree upon. So are we ready to call the roll, or are there additional questions to be had? Okay. So who made the original motion?
You finished with
Alderman
us, Your
Long
Honor?
has a roll.
This is for the $227 million that was included in my budget on the 28th and in Alderman Long's budget. This is the $227 million for the school budget.
Correct.
Your Honor, are you all set with us?
Yes, and I don't think there are any additional questions.
Okay, thank you.
Unless you can tell us about Central or West closing.
Yeah, pay attention, Ed's coming.
We have a motion with a second before us right now.
Yeah, well, there's a problem.
But we have a motion and a second.
Yeah,
and
we're
a
in the
roll call
voting
has
mode
been
right now.
requested.
Alderman Long?
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo?
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza?
Yes.
Alderman Cantor?
No.
Alderman O'Neill?
Yes?
Alderman Lavasser?
No.
Alderman Terrio?
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza?
No.
Alderman Burkish?
Yes.
Alderman Berry?
Yes?
Alderman Vincent?
No.
Alderman Thomas?
Yes.
Alderman Morgan?
Yes.
Alderman Goonan?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, Alderman Berry.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to make a motion that we also vote tonight to appropriate the $300,200, which is in Alderman, I'll refer to as Alderman Long's budget, which includes the police view assist, police shot spotter, health parking, welfare, general assistance, rentals, and Fun in the Sun program.
Okay, so we have a motion by Alderman Berry. This is the CIP portion.
That's included in our budget, in our
Okay.
budget.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, so
These are the cash CIP projects,
cash
Alderman Berry,
CIP,
which are part of the general fund resolution.
which would be my,
Correct,
Yeah,
but they're not in yours.
correct.
So
So is there a second? And then we can have a
Alderman
discussion.
Burkish.
So Alderman Burkish, second by Alderman Long. So discussion?
Yeah, there was a discussion. I don't know why we wouldn't do the whole CIP, because it's the original that you had in your budget. We kept it, except we added a few to the bonding.
No.
So I think it's probably, I think it's probably cleaner. I mean, we did the school district. I think it's probably cleaner in terms of coming to an agreement that we can get 10 votes on if we
Really?
did.
You believe that?
No,
I
let's
do.
let's do it now. No, we need a,
No, CIP.
Well, how many votes would you need?
Simple majority.
To pass,
The CIP?
CIP is 8.
It's just 8 to pass? Okay.
Simple majority.
No, so can
Yes,
we,
yes.
The whole CIP or just the addendum?
talking about the cash CIP
piecemeal.
projects?
All CIP.
So the cash CIP, those projects that he just identified, as I understand Alderman Berry, is amending Mayor Roue's budget to include the projects in cash CIP, because you do not have it.
Do you mind, Alderman, reading that out for, this is what we talked about. Are you looking for it, Ross? Is that why, or Alderman Terrio?
So you're not just doing this page, you're doing all CIP?
You're doing the whole CIP?
No, we're not doing all CIP.
Okay, so there's two separate resolutions. It does not need 10.
I understand the confusion.
No, we did not.
Didn't have anybody to lead us.
There's two separate resolutions that you're talking about. The CIP, cash CIP are projects that are in the general fund. Then you have 5 projects and 2 that you're removing in the regular CIP resolution. That's the second resolution. So you should take one at a time and figure out what we're
And
doing.
the cash projects were sent to the Board of Mayor Aldermen.
They were. Everything that you sent on Friday, or that was sent on Friday.
Okay.
What's the total amount on that? So you're just voting on this?
These were just the small changes that.
Right,
had
the
been made. So it was
300,200.
The solicitor, if you don't mind, just
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
the group, it was the 300,000.
All right, so we're just voting on this, right?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
That's amending the mayor's budget to incorporate that.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second by Alderman Long.
Yep.
Okay, roll call?
Roll call. Yeah.
Alderman Long, on
Yes.
the cash CIP amending the mayor's general fund resolution. Yes.
Yes.
For Alderman Long. Alderman Fajardo? Yes. Alderman Sapienza?
Yes.
Alderman Cantor?
No.
Alderman O'Neill?
Yes?
Alderman Lavasser?
No.
Alderman Terrio?
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza?
No.
Alderman Burkish?
Yes.
Alderman Barry?
Yes.
Alderman Vincent?
No.
Alderman Thomas?
Yes.
Alderman Morgan?
Yes.
Alderman Goonan?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Can we clean up the ones we can do?
Yeah, the easy ones, parking.
Yeah.
Until we get the rest of the CIP changes?
I'll make a motion.
What's the point? I thought we were gonna meet next week or something, or
You need 10 votes, right?
Yeah.
Well, you need 10 votes
we're
on
gonna piecemeal the whole budget tonight?
moving, that was the compensation study to pay for the overlays is what you needed 10 votes on. And then you needed the motion to suspend the rules to move the 1 million into.
Those are 10 votes
into
as
the-
well.
Yeah.
Suspend the
Those are the two
ordinances.
that needed 10 votes. But the CIP budgets don't need 10 votes.
Hey.
Can we motion to move the rest?
Okay, so we have a motion by Alderman Burkish for the balance of the CIP.
I'll second.
So
Second by
this-
Alderman Long.
Man, just
Discussion.
for clarification, this is the CIP they proposed tonight?
Correct.
That's
That's-
correct.
Okay.
With the annotations to mine. So it's the
Okay, yeah,
removal
it's this
of
one.
McGregor.
Right?
So it's.
Thank you, Your
That's
Honor.
the changes to mine.
All right, thank you,
It's
Your
the
Honor.
back page,
Alderman
the
Long.
changes to
Thank
mine.
you.
CIP, that's the one that's got the
Thank you.
chart right
Don't
there.
worry. I got
So,
it.
yeah, and the,
You voted on that one.
and the summaries right there, what happened.
Oh, we're voting on this one?
So it's the back page. Okay, do you want to
Roll
call
call.
roll?
Alderman Long,
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo,
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza,
Yes.
Alderman Cantor,
No.
Alderman O'Neill,
Yes?
Alderman Lavasser,
No.
Alderman Terrio,
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza,
No.
Alderman Burkish.
Yes.
Alderman Barry.
Yes.
Alderman Vincent.
No.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes.
Alderman Morgan.
No.
And Alderman Goonan.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-5.
All right, can I make a motion? Can I put them all together, or?
Yeah, talk about parking, sewer,
The only one I
airport.
don't, I get on the raising and appropriating money, that's the city budget. Can we do the school, include the school district, the rooms, not, where am I?
School food nutrition.
Food nutrition. So I'll move, Your Honor, appropriating the parking fund, the sum of $5,068,749.
Point of order, what are we doing here?
We're passing it
These are
in.
the ones that have no
Piecemeal,
impact.
was we
They have
piecemeal
no
the entire
impact on the
budget?
city budget, none.
So the ones that won't be voted on will be the major appropriations, the 185.
They're fine.
Thought we'd meet next week.
This is the direction that the board is, they're making a motion. So if they get a
Against
motion
it,
in a
You're gonna vote
second,
against it anyway, so why are you making a big
These
deal?
right here,
So-
parking,
So, I thought we were meeting next week, you know, or the week after that.
The big one that we'll meet on, because we can't get to a resolution on, would be the 185 million, my budget, the city side.
I think they're all in there, Dan, you could just do them as one.
Your Honor?
I'll make one motion on the parking fund, sewer user rental charges, Manchester Airport Authority, Manchester Transit Authority.
Meals and room,
Meals and rooms tax,
nutrition.
school food and nutrition, and then central
CBSD.
business, it's getting late, Central Business Service District, and that's it. Is that good enough, Matt?
Yep.
So we have a motion by Alderman O'Neill, I'm not going to try and say the other 6, and second by Alderman Long. Discussion.
I think it's important to get this done tonight.
Okay.
We've had 4 months to get a
Okay.
budget together.
Okay.
Calm down.
It's okay. So,
Gonna pass.
Alderman, do you want
Oh,
to
we're
call
coming
for a
in on
roll?
Saturday.
Okay.
Well, people are asking why
It's
we're doing it.
okay. A roll call has been called. Let's have the roll call. We'll continue forward.
Who had the roll? Alderman O'Neill?
Alderman Long called for the roll.
Alderman Long.
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo?
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza?
Yes.
Alderman Cantor?
No.
Alderman O'Neill?
Yes?
Alderman Lavasser?
No.
Alderman Terrio?
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza? Alderman Burkish?
Yes.
Alderman Barry?
Yes.
Alderman Vincent?
No.
Alderman Thomas?
Yes.
Alderman Morgan?
No.
And Alderman Goonan.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-5.
Okay, so then the only thing remaining is the 185, the initial number in my budget.
With the cash CIP projects added, correct.
Alderman
Mayor, Your
Long.
Honor, so what else is needed is the cash we already approved is the regular CIP, correct?
No, we passed that.
just voted.
Also, we
That was
passed
a-
all the CIP.
Correct,
Okay,
with your,
super.
The only thing that's outstanding is general appropriations for the city. That's my understanding.
correct.
So for this, we're back to where we were before, when we had the conversation that we don't have 10 votes to make the changes we need. So the tax cap would, or the tax rate would be up over 4%, which I don't think any of us agree with. So what I'm asking in this odd position is for the board to pass this so that I can veto it and give us the rest of the month.
Oh, yeah, you need to, okay.
Yeah,
Mayor, Your Honor?
Alderman Long.
So just for clarity, the competency study money is off the table now. That's in the rainy day fund, and we can't take a motion to use that?
Who knows, it could be a motion to reconsider.
Yeah, I need to talk to the experts.
I don't agree with that.
Is there,
The question
is
is.
that
can we-
off the table because we voted on it and reconsidered it and it lost twice?
The first one of your motions was to move the 403,000 from the comp study. That's been reconsidered and failed both times, so that cannot be reconsidered.
Parliamentary inquiry, could we suspend our rules to get that money back in the future?
10 votes to suspend your rules.
Yeah, okay.
Cool, great.
I have a
So we-
parliamentary inquiry, Your Honor.
No.
Your Honor, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
It's not gonna happen.
Since we're now working with the mayor's budget and not the budget that was proposed, does that open those two numbers back up? You can say yes.
I don't understand your question.
So we voted to kill those on Alderman Long's budget.
Right.
Proposal.
We're considering
Well,
my
you-
budget, is it new?
Yeah, I don't know about the 403, but this board can suspend its rules and
So it doesn't matter. If
it
it's
doesn't
been
matter.
reconsidered, we
It
can
needs
still
10
suspend and
it
bring
needs
back.
10 votes regardless.
So just a clarification, if I may, Your Honor.
Please.
We voted on a budget today to increase the tax rate.
No, we didn't
No,
vote.
we
Some
didn't
of
vote
us,
for it.
not
but
all
we
of
didn't-
us.
There is no budget.
I don't remember voting for any budget at
So
all.
I don't think,
Not all of us.
I don't,
Didn't vote for any budget.
all right, all right. Look, I
What you
think
talking about?
it's getting late.
Vote for a budget.
I don't think that anybody wants to support a 4% tax increase.
No, I agree. I
Right,
agree.
okay.
I mean, we need some leadership to get a budget passed.
Yes.
We need somebody to take the initiative to get a budget passed. That's essential to our taxpayers.
I got it.
Yes, so.
Couldn't get it done today.
So what I'm asking is for the board to approve my mayor's budget. I will veto it, and then we will come back
Your Honor, that's
So-
185
So,
million,
did we
right?
already do that?
That's 185
So I'll
million.
move to approve the mayor's budget?
Okay, so motion to approve the mayor's budget. Is there a second?
Point of clarification?
Yes.
If it gets more than 10 votes, you cannot veto it. Just letting you know that.
Right, okay. So
You
we'll get,
5 bet against it, so it'll be perfect.
yeah.
You're
okay.
welcome.
9 of us.
So
We'll
just
do a
need
roll
9
call
votes.
on that, Your Honor. May I start the roll call on that?
I think Alderman Long already asked for the roll call.
Well, we got, this motion is to approve the mayor's budget from March 28th.
Yeah,
9 votes, and then I will veto it.
yeah.
And we will
If it gets
have the
10
ballot.
votes, it passes.
And then and then we can convene among us and negotiate a compromise.
Okay.
Yes.
Just real quick, what's the alternative? I mean, what's the best scenario and what's the worst scenario? I don't know if Sharon can answer that. The mayor's budget is, what's yours, 3 point?
Mine was 386. Right now, we're up over 4%.
Can we do better than 386 with the remaining part of the budget?
Well, you voted in the cash CIP, right? And so that goes down a little, but it's probably not going to do a heck of a lot. I'm trying to find cash CIP. Good Lord.
It's down the bottom.
What is it, 3 here? Let's see what that does to the rate. So it brings his budget down to 3.80 by adjusting your cash CIP vote from the 463 to the $300,200. Right, because you just approved that.
So I guess my other question is there any way that we could get it, or you don't have to do it
Well,
tonight, but
you know,
down to
his-
3.59?
I would think that we could adjust his fund balance, the surplus, even if you did a third, a third, a third. What the mayor's budget can't do that. I mean, I think it has to be a third, a third, a third, right? But can we change it going back to March? I mean, there is more surplus now. Instead of 86,000, it's 344, 344.
Any surplus is going to follow the ordinance, right?
Any surplus would fall to the rate. You're absolutely right. So let's just throw in that for now. Now we're at 370. That's your budget. With those little changes. Even if we didn't put it in this budget, I mean, it's going to fall to the rate anyway. It's surplus.
Well, we were at 359.
I know.
And I prefer not to go higher than the budget that was considered earlier.
I'm hoping
We
get
had
it
the
back to-
opportunity.
I'm hoping we get it back to 359, because I thought that was reasonable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we take a vote, Your Honor, so we
Yeah. So we have a motion and a second on the table to support the mayor's budget from March 28th. Stick with 9 votes. and
9 or less.
9 or fewer, and I will veto.
And you can veto. 10 or higher, you can't veto.
Correct.
No, he could still veto a 10.
Right.
We just vote no to override the veto,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
Oh,
That's right.
So if he gets 14 votes yes, he vetoes it, and we make sure we don't get 10
oh,
votes.
I see, okay. All right.
All right, let's roll.
So we're good, we're fine. All right, okay.
Well, this is where, yeah, let the.
Alderman-
call the roll.
Alderman Lavasser?
Yeah, no.
Alderman Terrio?
No.
Alderman Sapienza?
No.
Alderman Burkish? Alderman Barry?
Yes.
Alderman Vincent?
No.
Alderman Thomas?
Yes?
Alderman Morgan?
You got it right, you got it right.
Yes. Needs to pass so I can veto.
Yes.
No.
Alderman Goonan?
Yes.
Alderman Long?
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo?
No.
Alderman Sapienza?
No.
Alderman Cantor?
No.
Alderman O'Neill?
Yes?
Motion is tied, 7-7.
Vote to approve.
No, but I have to veto.
He can vote to approve.
Nothing to veto, it didn't pass.
No, I mean vote to kill. If I kill it, is it the same as a veto?
No.
Motion to reconsider.
Got too close on
I don't think he. Second, you voted.
Motion is to reconsider, Your Honor.
So he votes yes to veto?
You want to take the vote on reconsider?
It's a motion to reconsider.
Voice vote. I'll move to reconsider. They already did, Joe and Ross.
All those in favor?
7-7.
Reconsideration.
Motion to reconsider, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion to reconsider.
Try not to screw it up this time, you guys.
Alderman Lavasser, this is on approving the mayor's
I'm going
March
to vote
budget.
no to approve the mayor's budget.
Alderman Terrio?
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza?
No.
Alderman Burkish?
Yes.
Alderman Berry?
Yes.
Alderman Vincent? Alderman Thomas?
Yes?
Alderman Morgan?
No?
Alderman Goonan?
Yes.
Alderman Lon?
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo? Alderman Sapienza?
No.
Alderman Cantor?
No way.
Alderman O'Neill?
Yes.
Because of you. No,
We're
it's
tied.
actually better than that. 1, 2, 3,
7-7.
4, 5, 6, 7.
What is it?
7-7.
Did the mayor break a tie?
You break the tie, yes, and then you veto your action.
No, because then you would have been no. We would have
Oh, my God.
either way.
This whole night's been recessed.
Yep, yep.
All right, 5-minute recess.
Do I got time for a cigarette?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, wherever you want to go. Yeah. That's Morgan, yeah, Norm.
Would the clerk please articulate the next few steps?
I'm afraid to wade in this water, but, so my understanding is that the board or some aldermen want to vote to suspend the Rule 12 of reconsideration that only allows you to reconsider a motion once. So the motion would be to suspend Rule 12. That requires 10 votes.
Okay. So a motion to suspend the rules. Do we have a motion? This is a motion to suspend so we can reconsider the previous vote. Correct. We're suspending the rules to reconsider.
Motion.
To reconsider the 403?
No, to go back to the mayor's budget from March of '28 so that I can veto it and we can move forward.
You've already reconsidered it, or tried to, it failed. Your rules prevent you from reconsidering it again. The suspension of that rule would allow you to reconsider it again.
Okay, thank you.
Parliamentary question. Can't he just veto a 7-7?
He's got to break the tie.
Oh, why can't
So
he
he could
veto?
vote yes and then veto, I suppose, which, yeah.
It's a non-issue because we're not there right now.
Yep.
So there's a motion before us to suspend the rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Guys have it. Okay.
So now we need a motion to reconsider the prior vote to approve the mayor's budget from March.
So this is to reconsider the vote.
Reconsider the failed vote to approve your, or the tied
So
vote.
is it approving my budget?
It would be to approve your budget.
Okay. So this is the motion to approve my budget. Okay. So this is the one that needs none, that I will subsequently veto.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a roll call?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Alderman O'Neill.
We have a motion to approve. So the motion was by Alderman Long and seconded by Alderman O'Neill to
Yes.
approve the mayor's budget.
Yes.
Alderman Long?
Yes.
Alderman Fajardo? No. Alderman Sapienza?
No.
Alderman Cantor?
No.
Alderman O'Neill?
Yes.
Alderman Lavasser?
Yes.
Alderman Terrio?
Yes.
Alderman Sapienza.
I abstain.
No, say no. Just say no.
I abstain because when you have a mayor's budget, you just stick with it. We never should open up this whole can of worms. It's the contingency budget. That's it.
So Alderman Sapienza
Abstain.
abstains.
Okay.
Alderman Burkish. Yes. Alderman Berry. Alderman Vincent.
Yes.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes.
Alderman Morgan.
Yes.
Alderman Goonan.
Yes.
Motion passes.
I will veto the motion. So now we have until,
June 30th to work out this.
We a verbal vote? Doesn't have to be roll
Don't get a second for it, that's all.
Jesus.
motion to override, motion to override by Alderman Sapienza, second by Alderwoman Fajardo.
It just needs 10 to override.
Oh, we don't
correct?
want to override it.
Right, so, no.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes, 10 to override.
Roll call.
What are we, what's this?
Voting no.
Overriding the mayor's veto.
So,
Just vote no.
Alderman Long.
No.
Alderman Fajardo. Alderman Sapienza.
Yes.
Alderman Cantor.
No.
Alderman O'Neill.
Yes.
Alderman Lavasser.
No.
Alderman Terrio.
No.
Alderman Sapienza.
Abstain.
Alderman Burkish. Alderman Berry. Alderman Vincent.
No.
Alderman Thomas.
No.
Alderman Morgan.
No.
And Alderman Goonan.
No.
Motion to override fails.
So I have a motion, Your
veto
Honor.
stands.
So
have
when do we
until
meet
June-
again?
So we
So
have
we-
until June 30th.
So when do we meet
So
again?
I will
I'm going
reconvene.
fishing Saturday, but I mean, I
Yeah,
can
we're not going to do it on Saturday.
Sunday?
I will reconvene with members of the board, and we will continue negotiations so that we can come up with a workable solution that a majority of the board can agree with.
All right, so we don't have, sir, we don't have a date yet. of when
I
we meet.
will work with the board to identify a date that works for
Yes,
all
sir.
members.
So motion,
Motion
I'd like to make a motion, Your Honor.
We have,
I'd like to make a motion to transfer $403,748.02 from CIP 810-924.
we have a motion to adjourn by Alderman Terrio, second by Alderman Lavasser. All those in favor?
No,
Opposed? The ayes have it.
no, the ayes have it. Yeah,